Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. What? No! Peacefully. Fed. Tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested.
Well, let's not say it.
We need to go. I'll say it.
All right.
We need to go in to the Capitol.
Based Fed posting? All right. We need to go into the Capitol. I didn't see that coming. Okay.
Monument Hill.
I'm speaking. We are going to the Capitol where our problems are. It's that direction. Please spread the word. All right.
Noted.
Okay, but one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
Are we going to get arrested if we
leave
go
this
up there?
here. You don't need to get
Did you
shot.
arrest us all?
Director Wray, does the FBI have confidential human sources? Did the FBI have confidential human sources embedded within the January 6th protesters on January 6th of 2021?
Well, Congressman, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I have to be very careful about what I can say about when
Even now, because that's what you told us
May I
2 years
finish?
ago.
May I finish? About when we do and do not, and where we have and have not used confidential human sources. But to the extent that there's a suggestion, for example, that the FBI's confidential human sources or FBI employees in some way instigated or orchestrated January 6th, that's categorically false.
Did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol on January the 6th prior to the doors being open?
Again, I had to be very careful.
It
in
should
what
be
I
a
can
no. Can you not tell the American people, no, we did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol?
Gentleman's
January
time
the
has
6th?
expired.
You should not read anything into my decision not to share information
Director Wray,
with confidential human
gentleman's
sources.
time has expired.
This is Pizzola's motion for a mistrial and a new trial for multiple Brady violations. Now, they say that the defendants, the Proud Boys, are now aware of at least some 50 undercover informants among protesters on January 6th. But the government is withholding information regarding this exculpatory evidence. The government has the evidence. They know who they are. They know what they were doing. They know who they were working with. The defense says, wait a minute, you're blaming us and our clients for being a part of a massive conspiracy. It sounds like they were a subset of a bigger conspiracy. The federal government had tabs on everything that was going on. And so we may have questions about some of the evidence that the defense sent to these CHSs because it might prove to exonerate them. But if we don't know who those sources are, then we can't demand and go investigate those texts or those messages in the Telegram groups to exonerate our clients.
Now, I do want to... That is right, ladies and gentlemen. It may be happening. Let's go ahead and pregame, shall we? Cheers. So it looks like Ray Epps has admitted he may be getting federal charges brought against him for January 6th. And it's about damn time. I mean, it is 2.5 years later. And a lot of things have come up about all this that the media has suspiciously kind of left out of the entire situation. Now, what you saw in that last little clip was Robert Gouveia, a guy I know here. He covered the entire Proud Boys trial, the 60 plus days in the Proud Boys trial. And what they did find was, yes, confirmed there were 8, count them up, 8 FBI agents that were implanted within the Proud Boys case. Ooh, I'm sliding everywhere here. and over 50 federal informants from other locations that they could not pin down that were instigating in January 6th. But what does the media say about it? Oh, insurrection. Everybody, the far right group did it themselves. They did it all. Or did they? We're about to take a look at it all. Not that other beer that makes you look more like a woman. And that others one, yeah. No, I switched off of Michelob as soon as all that happened. And I'm not going back, no matter what. But let's go ahead and hit this. Do you guys remember when this was a thing? Let's actually go here. This comes from June 25th, 2021. Fact check. Claims of FBI role in January 6th Capitol attack are false. In the months following the deadly attack on January 6th, deadly? Oh, well, I guess the only you could call it deadly because the only person that died that day was Ashley Babbitt when she was shot by the Capitol police officer, who you praised, by the way. In the months following the deadly attack on January 6th on the United States Capitol by rioters seeking to overturn the 2020 presidential election, conservative media personalities have been attempting to downplay the insurrection and shift blame. Some baselessly, there's the framing you need to watch out for when you're looking at media. Some baselessly claim the mob of Donald Trump supporters who breached Capitol barricades, fueled by unproven allegations of voter fraud, was actually a crowd of Antifa members in disguise. Those allegations were wrong. Wait, hold on. Now that was part of the claim, and there are videos floating around of people dressing out of their black bloc clothing and dressing into red MAGA hats, Donald Trump shirts. So you still can't say unproven allegations when there's video evidence of it happening and them trying to take the phone of the people that were recording it. You can't make that argument. Now claims that undercover FBI agents were behind the Capitol insurrection are circulating on social media. Evidence surfaces that FBI planned and executed January 6th Capitol riot, the Tatum report wrote on a June 17 Instagram post. The narrative started with June 14 report by conservative website Revolver News. The story is that there is a strong possibility the federal government had undercover agents or confidential informants embedded within the so-called militia groups that were seeking to obstruct the Senate certification of the 2020 election results. The Instagram post linked to Tatum report and blah, 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 fucking blah. I love this, though. Undercover agents or confidential informants embedded within the so-called militia groups. This aged like, this aged like just horrible milk because y'all follow the Proud Boys case. If you know what happened in there, well, they proved it. At least 50. But just to show you, let's go ahead and hit this up. FBI had informants in the Proud Boys, court papers suggest. In filings in the seditious conspiracy case against members of the far-right group, far-right, there we go again. Defense lawyers claim that information favorable to the clients was improperly withheld by the government until recently. This comes on November 14th of 2022, not that long ago. This was actually while the Proud Boys case was going on. The FBI had as many as 8 informants inside the far-right Proud Boys in the months surrounding the Capitol surrounding the storming of the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Recent court papers indicate raising questions about how much federal investigators were able to learn from them about the violent mob attack before and after it took place. The existence of the informants came in light over the past few days in a flurry of veiled court filings by defense lawyers for 5 members of the Proud Boys, who are set to go on trial next month on a seditious conspiracy charges connected to the Capitol. Okay, so a little bit of backtracking. This was actually, I guess, written out before then. My apologies. But in that case alone, they were saying 50 plus federal informants or FBI were involved instigating in January 6th. Therefore, the 5 Proud Boys that were on trial, Dominic Pezzola was bringing up, at the point this was written, was bringing up his appeal for his charges, which his appeal worked. He wasn't found guilty of seditious conspiracy, but the other 4 members were. How was that possible? I mean, even, what's his name? Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys? Enrique Tarrio was picked up from jail by a federal informant on January 5th and taken out of the Capitol on January 5th. He wasn't even there that day. Yet somehow, because he was the leader, he was found guilty. Really? So just to prove to you guys that this is an actual thing, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Mr. Robert Gouveia himself and do a little recap of what he found, what they were reporting on right there at the end, just so you guys know. Go ahead and hit this up real quick.
And these were the motions for mistrials and motions for curative instructions. And I want to give a hat tip over to Julie Kelly on this one. She had a great tweet about it. She says, very interesting motion came in.
When you talk about insurrection, what about May 29, 2020? Antifa BLM rioters broke into the Capitol grounds and burned buildings, forcing the president to the shelter in his bunker. Yes, I have said that many, many times. And you know, there are a lot of people out there who don't even know that happened. And then when you bring up the whole fact of, you know, the day they tried to say that Trump gassed the peaceful protesters to take a picture of him holding a Bible in front of a burnt church. Oh, that day. Yeah, that day where they tried to burn down the White House because they were told the president was racist. Yes, that is a real insurrection. But yes.
Was denied, of course, by Judge Kelly in the Proud Boys case. That's now with the jury. Pezzola snarked about Ray Epps when he testified, but a prosecutor during closing arguments told jury that accusations that Epps was a Fed was a fantasy, right? A fantasy. Like there's no evidence about this at all. And that's...
Is it a fantasy? Because there's a lot of evidence to prove the opposite.
That's a very dishonest thing. There's plenty of evidence. We've talked about it here. There's a whole litany of reasons why Ray Epps is a questionable figure in this whole ordeal. And to be so dismissive of it is nonsense. You can say, well, he's a former member of the Oath Keepers. They got prosecuted. He is somebody who was there the night before screaming going into the Capitol. Many others are being charged with conspiracy for doing a lot less than that.
Yep.
We had a situation where he actually went into the Capitol building and told that to the January 6th select so-called committee. And the FBI had him on their most wanted list of violent people after the insurrection. The tweet is still posted up on their field office.
Mm-hmm.
So with all of these different things, it's not a fantasy at all. That's a mischaracterization of this. One of Pezzola's attorneys disagreed with this and submitted a motion. Let's take a look at it. This came on behalf of Dominic Pezzola. They say, comes now Dominic Pezzola asking for a curative instruction to fix something that happened. This is regarding the role of unidentified persons, possible informants, and confidential human sources. The proposed instruction is necessitated by assertions, claims, and arguments made by the government during their closing arguments. He writes, this is Roger Roots for Dominic Pezzola. He says, for example, the prosecutors, the government, stated during their closing arguments a few days ago that Pezzola's testimonial speculation that Ray Epps may have acted on behalf of the government was a fantasy. Pizzola took the stand and he said something about Ray Epps. The government rebutted that in their closing arguments. This is addressing that. Now, such an argument is not based on the evidence in this case. Mr. Epps has dodged a subpoena in this case, and we've covered that. The defense asked for a subpoena that could be served by publication, meaning they could post this somewhere. The judge looked at the rules and said, you really can't do that in a criminal case like this. And he's right. But the point is, the rules don't afford it, but doesn't mean Ray Epps was being a cooperative witness in this case. If he was somebody who really wanted to clear his name, as he apparently wants to do because he shows up on 60 Minutes, a good question would be, why doesn't he respond to a lawful subpoena that was signed off on by a judge? They can't serve him. The judge issued a subpoena, but they can't serve him with it because he is nowhere to be found.
Yet he shows up on 60 Minutes in an interview not too long after that. So the court system can't find the man, but 60 Minutes can. Now, mind you, for an interview for 60 Minutes and everything, this has to be set up well beforehand. It's not like they're going to just reach out to him that day and they film that day. That has to be set up beforehand. They have to plan the travel. They have to do everything to get him to show up for this interview. So how in the hell can 60 Minutes find the man, but the federal government can't? I mean, fuck, didn't we find Saddam Hussein in a hidey hole? In a hole in the ground, halfway across the world, but we couldn't find Ray Epps.
So they wanted to try to serve him by publication. The judge said, no, I don't have the authority to do that. And I think the judge is right on that. But that doesn't exonerate Ray Epps. Moreover, the government has never categorically denied Epps was a source for all agencies. All agencies. Footnote 1. Now, he writes, in a recent interview in an episode of 60 Minutes, which was ridiculous, which we never got to dismantle and destroy, which we very likely will soon, because of the Tucker situation. But Mr. Epps emerged from hiding for a puff piece softball interview, they say. The 60 Minutes interviewer asked a suspiciously specific question, as they do, along the lines of, did anyone in the government tell you to go to the Peace Monument? Epps said no. Then at the end of the segment, 60 Minutes reported that the FBI stated that Epps was not an employee or a source for that agency. See how careful that language is?
Yep.
Okay, but how about the rest of the government? Is he a source for Department of Homeland Security? Well, look, this is a total conspiracy. There is no evidence at all that Ray Epps is an informant, and nobody's ever confirmed it. And this I can tell you unequivocally, he is definitely not an informant for the FBI, okay? That's not what we asked you, weirdos. We want to know the whole of government. Does he work for you in any other capacity as a source? They don't.
By the way, if you guys want to look this up, it's right there in the blue. Case 121 CR 00175-TJK, document 762, filed 4/25/23.
Don't want to answer that question. And these people at 60 Minutes, which, as we know, the media is basically writing scripted questions and handing them back and forth between this administration now. So the 60 Minutes conversation should have asked another question. Okay, not the FBI. What about DHS? You working for them? You working for any other agency? There's like 34 of them there in DC. Can you pick one? Can you affirmatively tell me that there is no relationship with any other federal agency whatsoever, period? Unequivocally, everybody. Go, so you can say it at the same time. Ready? Go. No, they won't do it because they know it's not true. So Mr. Pizzola and his attorney say the government has refused to say whether Epps had a reporting relationship with HSI, which, as we know, which came out in this trial, is known to have handled CHSs on January 6th. And the court has denied efforts by the defense to inquire about these questions. It's not relevant. It's a whole separate agency. What do they have to do with anything here? They say they're not even case agents here. The FBI did the investigation. The FBI is prosecuting this. Confidential human sources are irrelevant.
Or are they? If confidential human sources are irrelevant, but yet over 50 were involved in instigating January 6th in the Proud Boys case alone, how are they irrelevant?
The defense argues that the evidence reveals several other suspicious actors who played destructive or instigator roles, but who are not identified. A significant example is the man in the red who first broke the window, which Dominic Pizzola is accused of breaking. That individual is known to have been present at nearly every breach and was even next to Ashley Babbitt at the time of Babbitt's murder. Yet the government has not identified or charged that person.
Go back and watch the videos of Ashley Babbitt on that day. The man in red is there. Go back and watch any video that you can find about any breach. As a matter of fact, the man in red was the one that attacked the window that Dominic Pizzola was found guilty of breaking and entering through that window. Hold on. He broke the window. So Dominic Pizzola came by and finished up and walked in. If I'm remembering that correctly. And he was found guilty of that. What about the man in red? That has yet to be identified. Seems kind of suspicious, does it not?
The man in the red. Who is that person? Footnote 2, the man in the red who first broke the window would likely have been the second person into the house corridor if Ashley Babbitt had breached the corridor. No charges for him. No identifications for him. Curious. Now, the government's closing argument, therefore, misleads the jury, writes the defense. Pizzola asks for a curative instruction to correct this.
Yes, it was.
Along the following lines. They want the judge to tell the jury to say, hey, jurors, during the trial, you've been informed that undercover confidential CHSs of the government may have been involved in events. Now, there has been speculation and testimony or evidence that individuals other than the defendants may have played roles in the formulation and execution of the crimes in this case. You should disregard any assertions regarding whether a person is or is not a CHS unless those assertions are based on evidence, and you may draw an inference that the identity of unidentified or missing significant participants in criminal events or circumstances where the government likely knows the participants' identities, if you knew them, they would be unfavorable to the government. Because as we talk about, think of it like a pie chart. If there's 1,000 people who are charged with crimes for an insurrection, who's really responsible for the insurrection? In this case, we want to know who was responsible for the initial breaches, most of the damage, right? The biggest cause of the interference with our democracy, as they say. We want to know that. Who is it? So if we can apportion liability and say you're 50% responsible and you're 50% responsible, then great, we can charge people with crimes and apportion it appropriately. But when you break it out by 1,000 people, or when you say the Proud Boys did it, but then we say, what? There's also 50 other CHSs that have been rumored to have been a part of this. And there's also the man in the red who is at every other breach as well. So maybe they should be apportioned some percentage of this blame and not the Proud Boys. And if the government's not going to tell you about these other people, then you can take that sliver of blame and give it to the government. Give it back to them. Don't give it to our clients. Respectfully submitted, Roger Roots, Certificate of Service, signed April 25th, 2023. Now, as Julie Kelly told us, the judge very likely took a look at this and he said, get out of here. What are you, nuts? Denied. Next.
All right. So, taking that into account, of course, there have been a lot of circulation and a lot of speculation about what this man has done. Why is Ray Epps everywhere? Why was he not allowed to testify in the Proud Boys case? Why is the media protecting this man? Well, we're going to get into that. But first, I I want to show you guys something. And this is amazing. Last time I was live, I was on the Off Label podcast. We were railing on the Rolling Stone, trying to downplay and shit talk the Sound of Freedom movie. Trying to call it a QAnon religious movie. Don't go see it. Blah, blah, blah. Even though everything they said was 100% equivocally false. You guys got to see this. Let me get rid of the ground news right there because that's not important right now. From the Rolling Stone, written by Ryan Bort, January 12th, 2023. Trump voter sues Fox News after Tucker Carlson lies ruined his life. Now, this is fun. Ray Epps, a two-time Trump voter from Arizona who found himself at the center of a wild January 6th conspiracy, is suing Fox News for defamation. The lawsuit alleges that the network, particularly its former star host, Tucker Carlson, painted Epps as an undercover federal agent in order to push a conspiracy that the FBI helped orchestrate the riot at the Capitol in order to vilify Trump and his supporters. Hold up. Hold up. So you're going to sit there and tell me that the Rolling Stone didn't see this back from November 4th of 2022? You're going to sit there and tell me that every bit of media surrounding this doesn't know that the New York Times proposed this or reported on it? Doesn't know that in the Proud Boys case that happened? You're going to sit there and tell me they don't know this? No, I refuse to believe that. I straight up refuse to believe that. But it gets good. In the aftermath of the events on January 6th, Fox News searched for a scapegoat to blame other than Donald Trump or the Republican Party, the suit reads. Eventually, they turned on one of their own, telling a fantastical story in which Ray Epps, who was a Trump supporter that participated in the protests on January 6th. Wait a minute. Hold up. I thought it was an insurrection. I mean, isn't that what they told us for two years? This is an insurrection. Why is it now all of a sudden a protest? Oh, now it gets even better. Was an undercover FBI agent and was responsible for the mob that violently broke into the Capitol and interfered with the peaceful transition of power for the first time in this country's history. The conspiracy theory which Carlson pushed repeatedly on his show stems from a video of Epps telling protesters the night before the attack to peacefully enter the Capitol on the following day. Onlookers then started chanting, "Fed, Fed, Fed." That's the infamous video. That's part of the clip that was brought up in the very start of the show. Epps is also seen in videos on January 6th encouraging people to march onto the Capitol. Epps has not been arrested for his involvement, and Carlson and others have alleged the Justice Department is protecting him because he was working for the FBI. Maybe it wasn't the FBI. Maybe it was the Department of Homeland Security or other three-letter agencies that in the Proud Boys case, the judge told the jury that you can't use the information that came out because we can't identify these people. So therefore, because we cannot identify these people, you cannot use that information to sway your decision. In the Proud Boys case, in which 4 of the 5 were convicted of seditious conspiracy because, well, you can't use that information. Seriously? The lawsuit, which was filed in the same Delaware court as a defamation suit, Fox settled with a Dominion voting system for the $787.5 million Wait a minute. Filed in the same court system as the defamation suit that supposedly got Tucker Carlson fired? Why was it filed there? Because Ray Epps doesn't live in Delaware. Why was this lawsuit filed in a Delaware court? Tucker Carlson doesn't live there. Fox News' headquarters is in New York City. Why was it filed in a Delaware court? That blows my mind. Especially the same ones who awarded Dominion Voting $787.5 million in that claim. Wait a minute. So you already know the court system, because of that defamation suit, is already swayed into your favor. Target the exact same court that we need this to go to. But it says they alleges that Epps got caught up in a narrative that the election was stolen. Epps is a poorly cast villain for Fox and Mr. Carlson, it reads. Prior to 2022, Epps has consistently voted Republican. Like that matters. Like that fucking matters in any way. He is a former Marine who voted for Donald Trump twice. Like that matters. He was an avid and loyal Fox viewer and a fan of Mr. Carlson. When Fox, though on his on-air personalities and guests, told its audience that the 2020 election had been stolen, Epps was listening. He believed Fox. And when Epps kept hearing that Trump supporters should let their views be known on January 6th in Washington, D.C., Epps took that to heart. Carlson's lies totally upended Epps' life, with a lawsuit noting that he and his wife have received threatening voicemails, emails, and text messages. The Epps had to hire. Oh, okay. There's should have been a what you call it? Whatever the fuck. To know that it's plural. Yeah, whatever. The Epps had to hire security to protect their farm in Arizona. This man lives in Arizona. Why are you bringing this to a Delaware court if you live in Arizona? Wouldn't it make more sense to bring it to an Arizona court because you live there? Or maybe a New York City court because Fox News, who you are trying to sue, is headquartered in Delaware. Or headquartered in New York City. Why Delaware? But the harassment became so intense that they were forced to move at a great personal cost. Epps' wife even had to give up her dog breeding business. Aww. Maybe you shouldn't have been involved in any of this, and maybe your wife could be breeding dogs still. Do I feel sorry for you? Absolutely not. The emotional and psychological effects of the threats and attacks cannot be overstated, the lawsuit reads. Indeed, they may very well dwarf the economic consequences. So, you're going to sit there and tell me that because you were involved in this, you helped, by your own admission, and I will bring up the deposition, by your own admission, you helped orchestrate the events of January 6th, as we have seen in those videos. By your own admission, you helped orchestrate. The emotional and psychological effects of the threats and attacks cannot be overstated. Yet we got people who still have yet to be charged 2.5 years later, still sitting in prison because they were there. Some of which never went into the Capitol. Some of which went into the Capitol, looked around, and were still arrested. Never got violent. Never did anything. They were just there. But yeah, we're supposed to care about your emotional and psychological effects, right? We're supposed to care that your wife had to shut down her dog business so you can move and disappear, only for 60 minutes to find you so they could paint you as a victim of all this? No, sir. No, sir. Carlson's lies about January 6th has spread well beyond Fox. Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee pushed the idea that the FBI was behind the attack. During a hearing on Wednesday featuring FBI Director Christopher Wray, this notion that somehow the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and agents is ludicrous, Wray said when asked about Epps. Really? Because weren't there FBI agents that had infiltrated the Proud Boys case? I mean, 8 of them there. And over 50 Fed or federal informants from different agencies were identified in the Proud Boys case that were instigating on January 6th. Hold on. Hold on. Now, this is very, very interesting. Because before we get into this, I want y'all to look at the ground news bar right above this. Bias split across 4 sources. All Republican leaning, all right leaning. Other sources are the Daily Wire, the Western Journal, of course InfoWars, because that's Alex Jones, and Zero Hedge, which honestly I've never heard of, but there you go. It's all right-leaning media. Ray Epps to be criminally charged for events on January 6th, his attorney says. Before we get into that, I want y'all to see this. Jack Posobiec on Twitter, receipts. Washington Post, New York Times, Bloomberg, and Rolling Stone, which has now been edited. Now it has been edited. And I will show this. As a matter of fact, I did a little short right beforehand. Let's go ahead and YouTube Studio. Let me bring this up real quick. Yeah, right here. Content. All right. Let me share this tab. Now, this right here comes from the Rolling Stone just earlier today.
Oh, we definitely got some stuff to look into tonight. What are you talking about here, Rolling Stone? Lawsuit alleges that the network, particularly its former star, host Tucker Carlson, painted Ray Epps as an undercover federal agent in order to push a conspiracy that the FBI helped orchestrate the riot at the Capitol.
Riot at the Capitol. And nothing that we just read in that Rolling Stone interview, it said that. It said protest. And that was the only mention of it.
To vilify Trump and his support. And in the very next paragraph, who was Trump's supporter that participated in the protests, went from riot to protest in exactly one paragraph.
But yet in the Rolling Stone article here, it's not there anymore. They changed it. And it doesn't say updated. It doesn't say anything. It was secretly changed because everybody was pointing this out. Now let's go back to this. Washington Post, New York Times, Bloomberg, and Rolling Stone are now not referring to January 6th as an insurrection or even a riot because they are now defending Ray Epps. Now January 6th was rallies, demonstrations, and protests. Washington Post. Ray Epps attended the pro-Trump rally in Washington on January 6, 2021, but was not among the people found to have breached the Capitol building. Yes, he was. In his own deposition, he said he walked in, looked around, he was going to walk out, and we will bring that up. He was going to walk out, but saw somebody injured, so he felt, because he was certified, he felt he was going to help that person out. Washington Post straight up fucking lied. Not to mention, in that video that I showed at the very beginning, once the barricade was breached, he marched right up to them. Right up with them. He marched right up with them. Again, Washington Post straight up lies. This comes from the New York Times. What's known about the man, a two-time Trump voter named Ray Epps, is that he took part in demonstrations in Washington that day and the night before. He was captured on video urging a crowd to march with him and enter the Capitol. But at other points, he pleads for calm once it becomes clear and the situation is turning violent. When did he do that? None of that is ever captured. When did he do that? What, by his own admission in the deposition? That, carries very little fucking weight once you really look into this situation altogether? Let's see. Bloomberg. Fox sued by Trump supporter accused of inciting January 6 riots. A former Marine who voted for Donald Trump, again, why does that matter? And joined the January 6, 2021 protests, sues Fox News over broadcasts that claimed he was a federal agent, a Fed, whatever. The Rolling Stone. We just read that entire article. In the aftermath of the events on January 6, Fox News searched for a scapegoat to blame other than Donald Trump or the Republican Party. The suit reads, eventually they turned on one of their own, telling a fantastical story in which Ray Epps, who was a Trump supporter, participated in the protest on January 6. Now, we saw it in that little short. Before that, they downgraded an insurrection from a riot. And then in this very next protest, or the very next paragraph, it becomes from a riot to a protest. Oh, shit. Now, let's go back here. Again, I want y'all to see Ground News, split across 4 sources, all right-leaning. Ray Epps to be criminally charged for the events on January 6th, as attorney says. An attorney for Ray Epps, a man who's seen on video wearing a Trump hat during a January 6th riot, says that his client has been informed by federal law enforcement officials that they intend to charge him in connection with the events of that day. The revelation was made in the lawsuit that Epps filed against Fox News on Wednesday that accused the network and former host Tucker Carlson of defaming him. Epps has long been accused by many of being an undercover federal agent who instigated some of the events of that day. He has strongly denied being a federal agent. Buried deep in the lawsuit, Epps' lawyer says that the DOJ recently informed Epps that his plans to prosecute him. Epps' lawyers blame Tucker Carlson for potential forthcoming charges. Whoa. Finally, in May 2023, the Department of Justice notified Epps that it would seek to charge him criminally for events in January 6, 2021, 2.5 years later, the lawsuit said. And there's the link. We've got it. The relentless attacks by Fox and Mr. Carlson and the resulting political pressure likely resulted in criminal charges. Epps was a central figure in the Capitol riot from the beginning. The 62-year-old Marine veteran from Arizona is seen in multiple video clips from January 6th and the day before trying to whip up other Trump supporters to go into the Capitol the next day. Multiple times, multiple videos. He actually whispered into that dude's ear, and that dude helped break down the barricade. And then he marched up to the Capitol. I'll say it. We need to go into the Capitol. Yeah. We get it, right? What did I do with it? Now, as a matter of fact, I will go ahead, leave this here in the live chat and in the comments section. Looks like you posted this link in the comments before. No, the fuck I didn't. Whatever, it's in the live chat. I'll post it later. And for YouTube as well. This is the deposition of Ray Epps. 97 pages. I already read it a while back. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But in this, you can sit here and see where Schiff, Murphy, Aguilar, and Kinzinger that were sitting on the January 6th committee, along with all these other people that have been redacted, actually, they sit there and they try so hard to lead this man. They will say things, and by you said this, you actually meant this. And by you said this, this means really this, right? They lead this man throughout the entire deposition. Now, Control F. Where is it? Control F? Come on. Here we go. On page 60, at the very end. Let's see. Where is it? Let's start. It looks like that's a text message with Dylan or Dolan Epps. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry. How do you pronounce the name? John Blychick? Pronounced Dolan? Isn't it? What's that? He asked, how do you pronounce Dolan's name? Dolan. Who is Dolan Epps, first of all? He is my nephew. I'm sorry. I thought it was his son. He is my nephew. He's 28 years old. Okay. And can we scroll down a little bit in the middle of the page? Well, all right. Perfect. By whoever. So it looks like around 9 a.m. your nephew texts you. You and Jim be safe. And then at 2:12 p.m. on January 6th, you text back, I was in front with a few others. I also orchestrated it. This is the exact same time of the video that I just played. Help us understand this text. What did you mean by orchestrate? What did you orchestrate? I just meant that you have to understand our relationship. Uncle, nephew. We hunt together. We fun with each other. We do that kind of stuff. What I meant by orchestrate, I helped get people there. At that point, I didn't know they were breaking into the Capitol. I guess that's a typo. I didn't know Windows had been broken. I didn't know anybody was in the Capitol. If I answered him, that means at 2:12, I was on my way back into the hotel room. But hold up. On video, you were captured whispering into the dude's ear who breaks down a barricade, and you follow the crowd in. So how did you know they were not breaking into how did you not know they were breaking into the Capitol? How did you not know they were breaking windows? How did you not know they were inside when in this, you said you walked into the Capitol, looked around, and decided you were going to walk out until you saw somebody was injured? Huh? Y'all need to read all 97 pages of this, because you can see how they walk him through the entire conversation. You can see how they straight up cover for this man, because there is a break right before this point. There is a break on this where they take about 10 minutes before this question comes up. So what happened in that time? Did their lawyers or anybody try to say, hey, this question's going to come up. Here's how you need to answer that. Okay, so at this point, you're now away from the Capitol complex? Exactly. All right. When did you say I was in front with a few others? What time are you referring to? What are you referring to? I was in front of a few others. I was in the front. I guess I'm trying to understand. I guess what we would like to understand is, why are you telling your nephew this at this time? I was pretty proud that we were all there. I mean, I wasn't proud of some of the people, but for the majority of the people there, they were pretty peace-loving people. I mean, they were like me. The atmosphere was good, except for those people that were trying to take it in a different direction. The ones you were instigating. Fuck. So, I should have muted the mic for that, but so you're going to sit there and tell me this dude sits there on that day, after all the videos that you can see of this man, on that day, texted his nephew saying that he helped orchestrate, and you're going to let him off by saying, yeah, I helped people get over there. Like, people don't know how to find the Capitol? I mean, it's not hard to get around DC. And I'm pretty damn sure people would have known from the very start that you go from the ellipse. What's the direct route to the Capitol? And in that time frame, there are multiple videos of you saying, hey, we need to walk over to the Capitol here. It's over in that direction. Let's go over there. And when we go inside, we need to be peaceful. We need to do this. We need to do that. When we go inside. Yeah. All right. Let's see, what one was this one? Oh, yeah. Video right here of it. Let's see. This says, this comes from KC. Since MSM ignores videos of Ray Epps rounding people up to go into the Capitol on January 6th, I guess we better show it again, until the whole world sees the truth. We're the news now. Never been arrested. So who paid Ray Epps?
As soon as President Trump is finished speaking, we are going to the Capitol. It's that direction. That's where our true problems lie. President Trump is done speaking. We are going to the Capitol. That's where our problems are. Okay, folks, we need your help. As soon as President Trump stops speaking, we are going to the Capitol. The Capitol's in that direction. Let people know. Spread the word. As soon as President...
So easily forgettable, right? Or maybe it's because they never posted this shit. Maybe it's because they never let you know this happened. Maybe it's because that people that are Trump deranged are so hell-bent on trying to obfuscate this fact. Now, I said it before, and I will say it again. I hate that fat fuck, and I always will. I don't like his attitude. I don't like the way he presents himself, especially being a public figure, especially while he was president, but he got shit done. I will give him that. He did a lot of fucking good for this country. But yet for this, you got old grannies that were arrested for January 6th, yet this son of a bitch is free to walk for 2.5 years. Okay. Let's go with Microsoft Word. This one right here, this is the actual lawsuit here. This is the case number, jury trial demanded, Ray Epps Sr., James Ray Epps Sr., plaintiff, versus Fox News Network, LLC, defendant. Control F. Finally, in May 2023, the Department of Justice notified Epps that it would seek to charge him criminally for events in January 6, 2021. Hold up. In May of 2023. It is July of 2023. Why the hell are we hearing about this 2 months later? You're going to sit there and tell me that the weaponized autism of the internet didn't catch us for 2 months? Or was it the fact that none of that was ever recorded? Because as I have shown here on this channel with a, what was it? Document, that was the, shit, I forgot what that was for. But there was something that I went searching for earlier in the day, found it, sent myself the link. I went back to that link and I got a 404 error, or 404 error. This page is not here anymore kind of situation. And then I went and searched for it on Twitter and I found it that it had actually gone to storage.document cloud. So they changed up the link so that it was broken. So anybody that actually shared the direct document cloud, their link was broken until they found the extra one for storage.document cloud. There was some fishy shit that happened there. But why did we not hear about this for 2 months? You're going to sit there and tell me the weaponized autistic people here on the internet missed this for 2 months? Or was it not recorded? Questions we need answers to. Anyway, see, the Justice Department notified Epps that it would seek to charge him criminally for the events on January 6, 2021. 2.5 years later, the relentless attacks by Fox and Mr. Carlson are the resulting political pressure that likely resulted in criminal charges. Or is it the fact that you were involved in this shit and everybody started talking about you, and then they're just like, fuck. With the Proud Boys case and everything like that, you were subpoenaed in the Proud Boys case, you dodged that, then you went on 60 Minutes like that's some smart thing to do to try to clear your name. And then everybody just like, oh, more questions than answers are going on here. Maybe that's why they're just like, fuck, now we got to charge the dude. Now we got to charge him because that's the only way now. Because if we don't, everybody's going to hate us. Everybody's going to know. Everybody's going to 100% believe this dude is a Fed. Or at least a federal informant. And by Fed, we don't mean FBI, as in Federal Bureau of Investigation. He could have been linked to Department of Homeland Security. He could have been linked to the Transportation Department. He could have been linked to something so fucking innocuous, but was still told to do this and get paid for such an event. Although it is difficult to believe that the Department of Justice would have pursued this matter if Fox had not focused its lies on Epps, ultimately, the criminal charges conclusively demonstrate the falsehood of the story that Mr. Carlson and Fox told about Epps. Let me read that for you again. Although it is difficult to believe that the Department of Justice would have pursued this matter if Fox had not focused its lies on Epps, ultimately the criminal charges conclusively demonstrate the falsehood of the story that Mr. Carlson and Fox told about Epps. So with the whole J6 footage that Fox told Tucker he could not do anymore because it was raising such a fuss with people because he was destroying that whole narrative about an insurrection that's now a riot, that's now a protest, that's now a demonstration. None of this would have ever happened to you? So these old women and old men who were arrested for just being in D.C. at that point in time, being around the Capitol, just being in the crowd, they're still awaiting even sentencing some of these people. The Proud Boys have been sentenced. Dominic Pizzola won his appeal. The other 4 I guess they got to appeal now. I don't know how that's going out. But those people are sitting in jail. Those people are sitting in federal pound you in the ass prison. But yet, everything that you've done, every single bit of this that you have done, somehow the Department of Justice wouldn't have gone after you for? Why not? Why would they not have gone after you if you weren't some kind of federal informant? And by federal, obviously not the FBI. Maybe the Department of Homeland Security? Maybe something else? Central Intelligence Agency? Why would they not go after you when there's lots of videos going around? I don't understand. I don't get why you would say these things. Epps was not a federal agent, but he could have been an informant. He could have been paid by the feds to do these things. He was a loyal Fox viewer and Trump supporter. What does that fucking matter? What does that fucking matter? Money talks, motherfucker. Money fucking talks. You're going to sit there and tell me that you are so set in money that you're able to just sell your home and just move off out of nowhere immediately because of a dog breeding business? What? Had the Department of Justice charged Epps in 2021, Mr. Carlson would have hailed Epps a hero. Would he? Would he, though? Because it doesn't make sense that would have been a thing. Instead, Fox and Mr. Carlson made Epps the central figure in a lie that concocted about January 6, 2021. After destroying Epps's reputation and livelihood, Fox will move on to its next story while Ray and Robin live in a 350 square foot RV and face harassment and fear true harm. Fox must be held accountable. Hold on. So you think if you would have been charged, Tucker Carlson would have claimed you as a hero? Wait, no. Because throughout this entire thing, Tucker Carlson was always pointing this as something's fucked up here. And when the videos started surfacing about you, that's when he zoomed in on that. So to sit there and say he would have hailed you as a hero because you were instigating all of this? What makes you fucking think that? No. See, you got to go after Tucker Carlson because you got to set up your case in the same court that Fox News lost the defamation for. Even though you live in Arizona, even though Fox News, their headquarters, is in New York City, somehow you have to go to Delaware? What makes sense about any of this? I don't get it. What makes sense about any of this shit? As a matter of fact, isn't it when you bring up cases or something, it has to actually happen in the state that the thing occurred? Or if it's something like online or something, the state you live in? Or the state that they live in, or something to that fact. It has to be brought up in certain courtrooms. So how the hell were you able to target a Delaware court? How the hell were you able to get your lawsuit in a Delaware court that the defamation between Dominion and Fox News happened? How can you get yourself in that exact court? Wow. Defamation per se. Epps repeats or realleges paragraphs 1 through 96 as set forth in fully herein. Fox published defamatory statements identified above, including all statements made about Epps on the dates identified by and through Fox's own agents, making the statements themselves by intentionally providing a platform for guests to appear on Fox programming who Fox and its hosts knew would make such statements on air, and by affirming, endorsing, repeating, and agreeing with the statements of guests on their shows, and by republishing the statements on air, Fox's websites and Fox's social media accounts and Fox's other digital platforms and subscription services and their live broadcast aired. So, because this was plastered everywhere, somehow you need to sue Fox News in the same court that they lost the defamation case for Dominion voting. Seems pretty fucking sus to me. So yeah, I'll give you guys this as well. I will put it in the live chat. Let's see if it will actually let me comment this. Ah, finally. Hey, Rumble, let me do something. It is in the comment section here on Rumble for this itself. I will somehow find a way to get the Ray Epps transcript in there as well. And of course, in YouTube. YouTube has it there. I will comment all these links that I have used in YouTube. But let's move on. Where are we? This is another little interesting tidbit that comes up. Ray Epps hires lawyer with ties to FBI-linked Perkins Coie, threatens Tucker Carlson. Ray Epps' new attorney, who is demanding on behalf of his client a public apology from Tucker Carlson under threat of defamation lawsuit, is the director of a radical anti-Trump organization, a close associate of Media Matters Democrat attack dog David Brock, and a former employee of Perkins Coie, the law firm behind Russiagate and the Steele dossier. Hold up. Now, all of this comes off the heels of Director Ray saying that the FBI was not involved in January 6th in any way, even though the New York Times and the Proud Boys case prove differently. This dude gets a lawyer who is connected with the people that pushed Russiagate and the Steele dossier. Oh, yeah. Mandu Hunter? What about the pipe bomb? LOL, all a setup. Yeah. I mean, they're supposedly still looking for that person. All of this, one brick on top of another. We are building a house to try and protect this man. Epps' attorney, Michael Teeter, sent a letter on Thursday to Carlson demanding the Fox News host retract what Teeter calls false and defamatory statements that Epps was a January 6th government plant. Carlson and myriad media's outlets have reported on Epps' suspect actions connected to the January 6th uprising. Oh, now it's an uprising. The fuck? His dubious testimony in January 6th Inquisition. I almost said insurrection, and then I thought of the Spanish Inquisition and almost fucked all that up together. And his connections to federal agents. Teeter, Epps' new lawyer, is a former employee of Perkins Coie, the firm notoriously Notorious for the grunt work and disinformation campaigns, it ran for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. The Democrat connected law firm helped hatch the Steele dossier and actively collaborated with the FBI to push the bogus Russia collusion narrative. In the run-up to the 2016 tilt, Perkins Coie had furnished the FBI with office space. Yeah. We have learned that since March of 2012, the FBI approved and facilitated a secure work environment at Perkins Coie's Washington, D.C. office, which continues to be operational. Lawmakers wrote to FBI Chief Christopher Wray, who said there was no FBI involvement in January 6th, even though there's a litany of evidence to prove otherwise. This motherfucker, under oath, lied. After leaving Perkins Coie, Ray Epps' new attorney hooked up with Media Matters founder TDS and TDS Fabulist. I hate the framing behind that. You could have just said Media Matters founder and everybody would have fucking known. David Brock, while not threatening Tucker Carlson with lawsuits on behalf of a suspected January 6th Fed plant, Ray Epps, Teeter manages the 65 Project, while Brock is a senior advisor. The 65 Project was launched to punish lawyers who supported President Trump and to dissuade future attempts to overturn elections on illegitimate grounds. That is correct. The 65 Project was trying to prosecute and imprison, not only disbar and remove licenses from any lawyer who represented Trump in any way, in any lawsuit across the board. If anything was brought up about President Trump in any law case, these motherfuckers were trying to hang anybody who would defend him. But yeah, there's that. So with all of this together, with the way the media is defending this man and downplaying the insurrection narrative, that's the biggest thing to me. That gets me. For 2+ years, we were told it's an insurrection. And now everybody's saying, it was a protest. It was a rally. It was just a demonstration, ladies and gentlemen. He's being arrested and charged for a demonstration. After 2+ years of telling, insurrection, January 6th committee, Trump needs to go to fucking prison for all that. It's a demonstration. All because of this man. All because of this man who admitted to orchestrating, who is on video orchestrating all of it. And then he gets a lawyer that has ties to the Russiagate narrative, the Russiagate hoax. He does all of this. Holy fuck, how do people not understand this? Oh, wait. They're not paying attention. Because nobody even knows that the New York Times said there were federal informants. There were FBI agents that were involved. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know what to say anymore. For anybody that's paying attention, for anybody that hears anything about this, even in passing, it is so easy to see what's happening. Let me go back to my camera real quick. It is so easy to see what's happening with this shit but there are way too many people who are sitting there just watching their TV. Trump's an evil bastard. He's going to prison for shit that never happened. Yet there's a litany of fucking evidence, and when you show them this evidence, well, attack after attack after attack after attack after different types of things to try to discredit you because you know more than them. Even when you showed them the proof, even if you gave them everything that I showed on screen, these motherfuckers will still not believe you. Why? Well, because we hate mean tweets. We'd rather have a president destroy this country, fuck up everything, because we hate mean tweets. How the fuck does anybody not see this anymore? Seriously. I don't understand in any way how the fuck people can't see this anymore. Especially... Ooh. Now, before we lead into this story has changed so many fucking times. So many damn times. Let me just go ahead and give you a glimpse of what I'm talking about. This cocaine that was found at the White House. The location has changed multiple times. It started out being outside the White House. Then it was just inside the visitors' entrance of the West Wing. Then it was found in the library. Then it was found in a cubbyhole outside the Situation Room that they used to plan their little vacation trip for January 4th? Or for July 4th? You're going to sit there and tell me that somehow this walked past all of security, the most secure location in this country, a fucking baggie of cocaine walked through. And somehow got legs and walked away to different locations. And even the time frame changed. Because when I found out about it, it was very late that Monday. My wife saw a little video she showed me. I looked it up. I read it right there. We can go back. I can even take a little clip of it, and I should have already done it, where they were saying that it was found Saturday night. But now if you look at everything, it was found Sunday night. Even though if you go on Twitter and look up the recordings of everything, these recordings were placed Saturday. And somehow they're trying to tell you it was found on a Sunday. Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, his whole family, they weren't there on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. According to the affirmative action hire Karine Jean-Pierre, who won't answer a single fucking question to save her life, they weren't there. Even though it's a proven fucking lie, because there is a record of the Bidens getting in to their motorcade roughly around 6:40 something Friday night, but they weren't there Friday, remember, Karine? This story has changed so many times, but Secret Service closes the investigation into cocaine found at the White House with no suspect identified. Of course. Of course. As soon as this story broke, everybody was saying that. Nah, we're not going to know who it is. We're not going to know who it is because it has to be somebody within the Biden family, or at least their protection detail. U.S. Secret Service has closed its investigation into the bag of cocaine that was discovered at the White House earlier this month, but it was unable to identify a suspect due to a lack of physical evidence, the agency said Thursday. Sorry. In a statement describing the events surrounding the cocaine's discovery, which began July 2nd, The Secret Service said as part of its review, it compiled a list of several hundred people who may have accessed the area where the substance was discovered. Several hundred people. Now, this is close to the Situation Room, which is close to the Oval Office, and there were no tours that were recorded during that time. Several hundred people? They all had to be staffers. They all had to be Secret Service. They all had to be the family. Great job, though. Good try. What you talking about? Let's see. In a statement describing the events surrounding the cocaine's discovery, which began July 2nd, the Secret Service said as a part of its review, it compiled a list of several hundred people who may have accessed the area where the substance was discovered, but no fingerprints could be found on the cocaine's packaging, and there was insufficient DNA for investigative comparisons. Oh, the cops? Okay. I thought you were talking about me. I was like, no, you can go back. Everything I said was fucking correct. No fingerprints could be found on the cocaine's packaging. Hold on. Hold the fuck. Let's just say, for the sake of the timeline of this shit, that this was found in a little cubbyhole that you put your phone and everything in when you go into a secure area that was close to the Situation Room of the White House. Let's just say it was there. It was found there. You're going to sit there and fucking tell me that this entire time, in the middle of summer, that somebody wore gloves, packaged this little baggie up with cocaine, continued to wear gloves throughout the entire course of the day, wore gloves while they reached into their pocket to grab their phone and the baggie or whatever else was in their pocket to put it in this little lockable cubby hole, take the key, walk away, then come back, open the lockable cubby hole, grab their phone, and leave the baggie, all while wearing gloves. Do any of you believe this shit? I don't, oh my God. How are people so fucking dumb? And because they write this, oh, no fingerprints were found on the bag, so it couldn't have been Hunter Biden's. So they were wearing gloves the entire like it's fucking, did Michael Jackson's ghost come back from the fucking dead to leave cocaine in the White House? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I don't fucking get it. The agency said there was no surveillance footage found that provided investigative leads or other ways for the investigators to identify who the cocaine belonged to. Hold up. Absolutely fucking not. I have been to the White House. I have been around the Situation Room. And because of who I am, what I do for a living, what I have done in the past, and the criminal I used to be as a child to get away from my fucked up family, I always look for cameras no matter where I am. I've been there. I've taken a tour of the West Wing. There is cameras outside the Situation Room. There is cameras outside that little cubbyhole lockbox that you put your shit in. You're gonna sit there and tell me that not a bit of those camera footages shows anybody using that certain lockbox that shit was found in? You're gonna sit there and tell me that throughout all of that footage, you can't find the few people who would have ever used that lockbox? Wow. Wow. You're going to sit there and lie straight to my fucking face and tell me this shit. Without physical evidence, the investigation will not be able to single out a person of interest from the hundreds of individuals who passed through the vestibule where the cocaine was discovered, the agency said. At this time, the Secret Service's investigation is closed due to a lack of physical evidence. Or could it be the fact that it was that crackhead motherfucker that sits in the White House right now with his brain-dead fucking father that runs this country, who we all saw that video on the 4th of July where this motherfucker comes up looking zooted as a motherfucker, pats his kid on the head, talks to the people that were around him, steps behind Joe Biden with one hand up, protecting his face like he's pushing his hair back. The other hand goes to his nose, and as he passes by, he wipes his nose. While Joe Biden stares with the biggest grin ever as soon as his son does this. The fuck? Let's see if we can find that real quick. I don't know. I may still, but yeah, I'm still timed out on fucking Twitter. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe. Nope. You were rate limited. Please wait a few moments because I'm banned on Twitter. But yeah, it's out there. Y'all can look that shit up. Oh shit. Present. Share screen. But you're gonna sit there and fucking tell me that video where he comes up and he pats his kid on the head and he's talking with his eyes wide open. He's just walks behind Joe Biden, puts his hand up like he's brushing his hair back. The other hand goes towards his nose, and as he passes by, does this. You're going to sit there and tell me that ain't him snorting fucking coke while Joe Biden has the biggest fucking smile on his face that I've ever seen any old man have. You have a lack of physical evidence. There's no fingerprints. There's no DNA evidence. And the cameras don't show anybody using that lockbox. So apparently Michael Jackson's ghost did come to the White House and put this cocaine in that lockbox. That's the only other logical explanation to this shit, right? Let's see. I think the deep state planted it to push out the Bidens. We only know about it because they want us to. Otherwise, they would have covered it up. Just my opinion. You do have a point. No. Because hazmat was called in. Probably from the threat or from the scare of it maybe being anthrax. Hazmat was called in. They called it in. That was actually what raised the alarm. Was the hazmat responders saying, this tested positive for cocaine hydrochloride, by the way, which is the chemical name for the drug cocaine, and everybody ran with cocaine hydrochloride. Oh, it's a numbing agent. It's the numbing agent that is used on your mouth when you have dental surgery. Who the fuck is having dental surgery in the White House? The fuck? So you're going to sit there and tell me somebody got their teeth pulled in the Situation Room at the White House? God damn. No, absolutely not. The investigators of the cocaine incident are either lying and corrupt, or they're the most incompetent idiots with a single-digit IQ. Which is it? Has to be one or the other. It is both. It is both. Because they actually want you to believe what they're saying. They're incompetent as fuck because they're covering up for Hunter Biden having cocaine at the fucking White House, getting zooted out the fucking ass. By the way, that video was taken on July 4th, which means it was already out there that he had cocaine at the White House, meaning this son of a bitch was still doing cocaine, knowing that there was cocaine found at the fucking White House. And they want you to believe they have absolutely no idea who it is. Because there's no fingerprints. Michael Jackson's ghost left it. No, it's both. They do have single-digit IDs, and they are the most incompetent shit ever. I mean, what the fuck, people? Oh, I like this. CNN was first to report Secret Service concluded the investigation. Who the fuck gives a fuck, CNN? The saga over the cocaine began as whatever. They just go through the whole damn thing. Who out there believes this shit? I seriously want to know. Y'all comment. If you're watching this after the fact, comment below. Fucking, first of all, hit the like button. Number one. Because this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Hit the like button. I should have said it multiple fucking times throughout this. Hit that like button on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up here on fucking Rumble. Get this shit out here because there's no way in fuck anybody needs to believe this shit. Who in the fuck? Comment below. Do you believe this? Do you believe that there is no fingerprints on that baggie? Do you believe that there has to be something like Michael Jackson's ghost who was wearing gloves that comes up and puts the baggie in the lockbox? Like somehow it magically goes into the lockbox? It just appears out of thin air? Because the video footage doesn't show anybody using that lockbox. Do you believe this shit? Or is it that they're actually covering up for that crackhead, Hunter Biden, and they just don't want you to know that he's still using fucking drugs because he's supposed to be clean? Now, wasn't it this son of a bitch who was literally, wasn't him whose girlfriend threw a gun in a dumpster across the street from a school? And he only got that gun because he lied on a federal form saying he wasn't on drugs? While in his own book and his own stories and his own recounting of the situation, he was on crack when he got that gun. Which one is it? Did Michael Jackson come and just do some voodoo magic to put it in this lockbox? Or is it fucking Hunter Biden and they're covering it up? Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know, because apparently I'm too fucking dumb to make up my own mind with that shit. I don't know. I can't. But let's go ahead and get into this now, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to do a little restream of Timcast. I want to sit here and watch this. I want to sit here and listen to this because Tim Ballard is on Timcast IRL right now. Tim Ballard is the one that the Department of Human Services agent that the movie The Sound of Freedom is based off of. I want to listen to this. I want to hear what he's got to say. I want to hear this. He announced it last night, and I was fucking stoked. But let's go. I did rewind it a little bit. So yeah, we're not going to be completely live, but the volume about here while he goes through
called
this,
up U.S. military
while he goes through the little start and everything like that. I'm actually going to go to the bathroom. I gotta pee because I've been drinking. I'll be right back.
Joe Biden has called up U.S. military reserves, the selective reserves and the ready reserves. This is a big deal for deployment to Europe over the war in Ukraine. We don't exactly know what that means other than people are quite worried that two different reserve groups are being called up for deployment into Europe. I don't know if this means we should be prepared for war, but certainly it's a very big deal. So we'll definitely be talking about that. We've got some other big news that may or may not come up. Twitter is now paying people. Yeah, I abruptly got a notification saying they are paying me $6,000. And I'm not that active on Twitter. One of the Brian Krasenstein got $25,000. This is huge because with this move of paid partnerships, Twitter is going to become a very dominant platform on social media. One of the only other platforms to offer people a way to monetize their social media presence. Instagram sort of does, but for most people, it doesn't really work. But most importantly, what we're going to be talking about quite a bit today is the film Sound of Freedom, because we're being joined by the people behind Sound of Freedom. Before we get into all of that, however, head over to castbrew.com to support our work by buying our coffee. I got to be honest, Cast Brew coffee is the best coffee I've ever had. We formulated these blends. They're fantastic. Rise with Roberto Jr., Breakfast Blend, the light roast, Appalachian Nights, a dark roast. Check these out. They're available in ground.
So we're activating
or whole
military
bean.
reserves?
You can join the Cast Brew Coffee Club. Buying our coffee helps support the
Yeah,
work
we're going
that we
to
do
war
here.
very soon.
We decided we're going to sponsor ourselves with our own company so we have more control and we don't have to worry about any kinds of cancellations or people getting mad at us. And actually, one of the hopes we have with Cast Brew, aside from the physical locations, is we want to start sponsoring other channels that we believe in. One, so we can sell more coffee, but actually to provide a guarantee. Like, hey, if you do this deal with us and we...
I'm going to be honest. I'd rather do coffeebrandcoffee.com. Jeremy Hamley's shit. Like, I've had people try their coffee. I don't drink coffee. The tea and the cocoa is fucking amazing. By the way, you can make some awesome ass ice cream with this cocoa. Awesome as shit. It's... But yeah.
By sponsorship with you, we will never cancel over any kind of weird press stuff or angry activists. But, you know, if we can't sponsor you in the future, it might be normal. But we're never going to cancel somebody. So go to castbrew.com, support us. Also, head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member, because we're going to have a members-only uncensored show. And more importantly, if you've been a member for at least 6 months or you sign up today for at least $25 a month, you can submit questions and potentially call into the show to talk to us and our guests. And I think that one's going to be amazing. I'm really excited for this. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share this show with your friends, because today we are being joined by Tim Ballard and Eduardo Verástegui. I got it.
You nailed it, man. You nailed it.
I was like in my head trying to make sure I could get
Very
it.
few get
Eduardo
this.
Verástegui.
There we go.
Good, man. You're better than me. Better than I said.
Tim.
Yes, sir.
I think everybody knows who you are. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Thanks so much for having us on the show. And so I'm the subject of Sound of Freedom. I spent 12 years as a special agent, undercover operator for the U.S. government. 10 of those years on the border. You see that there's an important scene in Sound of Freedom where a little kid is rescued at the border. True story, which kind of kicks off the rest of the narrative, right? And then, you know, in 2012, 2013, I started discovering something. Well, let me go back to 2006. In 2006, the laws changed in the United States with the passage of something called the Adam Walsh Child Protect Act. What it did was it allowed U.S. agents for the first time to go overseas. Wow. And we could, if we found Americans engaging in sex with kids, we could hold them accountable as if they'd committed that sex crime in the U.S. So that kind of opened up like international operations. And about that time, I went to undercover school and they sent me in. I'd play the role of a pedophile, a purveyor of child sex, trafficker, whatever. And we'd go in. But what happened, though, the U.S. government didn't mean to do this, but they kind of tortured me because, here's the problem. Child trafficking knows no borders and boundaries, but bureaucracies do. And so if I'm down there and I find a kid, I don't care what nationality, I don't care what anything. It's a kid. A kid's a kid. But the laws in the U.S. needed me to find the American.
Wow.
And so I'd be like, guys, let me finish the case and then we'll find the Americans later. Nope. That's too creative for a bureaucracy. Come home. Several times this happened. It's breaking my heart. And then 2013, I was actually working 2 cases. One in Haiti, crazy story. This little boy named Gardy Marty, U.S. citizen of Haitian descent, 2 years old. The family moves him back to Haiti. He is kidnapped out of the church where his father's the pastor.
Oh my God.
Kidnapped, trafficked. I learned about this story. I meet the father. I'm thinking, this is a U.S. citizen. I can go find this kid. He was born in Utah, and I had been transferred to Utah recently at that point. So I'm working this case. I'm told, come home. This is a Haitian crime. But I promised the father.
Wow.
I promised the father I would never stop. At the same time, I'm down in Colombia, and this is the part you see in Sound of Freedom, consulting, and I was given permission.
Oh,
to
yeah,
listen
it's
to
a
the film.
fucking
It's
cover-up.
Accurate. I was
It's a
given
very
permission to
shitty one.
consult.
Yes, I do agree, Mandu
And
Hunter.
as you see in the film, I went beyond that. And then they said, hey, where's the American? Where's the leads? I said, I feel it. It's here. Come home. So that was 2 in 2013. And I called my wife and I was like, what do I do? Like, my heart is breaking. Like, these kids will be rescued. These kids will be rescued. But if I leave, I mean, I'm the bait. I'm the point on this case. And she, you see in the movie, right? Where is this okay? I'm just going.
Yes.
You do it. Absolutely.
That's why you're here.
I just keep. But in the movie, Mira Sorvino, who plays my wife, Academy Award-winning, amazing actress, and it's one of my favorite lines in the film because it's so powerful. It's much more powerful in real life. But she says, "Just quit your job and rescue those kids," right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do it. But that's not what really happened. Okay, Eduardo and the team didn't want me to show the true cowardice that I actually manifested at this time in late 2013 because it was my idea. I said, well, Catherine, if I come home, it's over. But I keep my job. I have to quit my job to do this. I talked to, I was calling the DHS ethics office. Can I do both? Like, no, you can't do both. You can't moonlight. You got to quit, or do the case. And she said, and so her line was supposed to be, well, get your butt home because we got 6 kids and we have no money. Like we have a couple thousand, stocked away in the bank or something. And she didn't say that. She didn't say that. She said, could you save the kids if you stayed there? I said, yes. Yes. She's like, why? It was almost like embarrassing. Like, why are you even asking me this question?
Wow.
She said, we have a meeting with our maker. We will be dead in 50 years anyway. She said, I don't care if we live in a tent. These are exactly her words. I don't care if we're in a tent. Because we lose our house. You have to do this. You have to try. And I fought back like a coward. Like, are you kidding me? What about my own kids? I got to take care of my own 6 kids. Like, they'll be fine. She finally got to the point where she just gave it to me in one line that didn't make it in the movie because, again, it would have manifested my cowardice. But one line this is verbatim. It ended the debate. It shook me to my core because she's usually very sweet. And she said, and this is a quote, I will not let you jeopardize my salvation by not doing this. And I remember my whole body just kind of shook. I was just like, oh my gosh. Like,
that is an incredible woman.
Wow.
There is so much. We were already talking before the show.
Holy
and
shit.
There's going to be more spoilers. So, somewhat conveniently, we'll talk a little bit about what's going on with Europe, which will give us a little buffer zone so I can warn everybody and say there's going to be spoilers. We're not going to go crazy with it, but I think we definitely need to talk about some of the elements of the film because it was so good. Stories like that. The feeling that I got watching this was I could not believe it. I thought it was just good writing. And then you tell me, actually, those were true. So thank you for joining us. We also have Eduardo here. Do you want to introduce yourself as well?
Yes, I am Eduardo Verástegui. Very grateful to be here with all of you. Thank you so much for supporting Sound of Freedom. Thank you so much for this interview. And I'm the producer of the film. 8 years of work. 8 years of work since I met Tim Ballard. I met him in Los Angeles, California. 8 years of work for 2 hours of your time, which is what the movie lasts. And I hope this film keep touching millions of hearts. 5 million people already. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. 5 million people show up in the last 10 days.
$54 million about so far. And we're hearing more and more theaters are starting to get packed. Word of mouth is spreading. This is the story you just told. The stories in the film. This feels like more than a movie. This is something more powerful. I mean, I will not let you, what did you say?
Jeopardize my salvation by not doing this.
This is,
Wow.
this is
Good for
amazing.
you. Seriously. That is,
Thank you guys for coming. Yeah. We're gonna be, I would say for the most part, we're gonna be talking all about this. But for the time being, we got Seamus hanging out.
I'm a cartoonist and animator. I don't do anything that impressive. I write jokes and do comedy. I have a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes, and I am really excited to be joined by both of you. This film was incredible. I've been recommending it to my audience and to Tim's audience nonstop. What you've built is incredible, and Tim, the work you've done is unbelievably inspiring.
Thank you so much.
It is, man. And that same conversation, for whatever reason, that was when I broke down the first time in that movie when she said, do it, like, go, you know? I mean, it's a moment. Let's keep moving this along, baby. Thank you for coming,
We're going to do like a 10-minute buffer before we get into all the spoilers.
God, Okay, let's go. Serge Dupree.
Yes, I am Serge.com. I'm excited to hear you guys just tell us kind of more about the story in general. And yeah, let's just get into it, man.
We're going to take a quick 10-minute little buffer to give you guys some breaking news. This is from the Post-Millennial. Biden calls up U.S. military reserve units to deploy to active duty in Europe in Operation Atlantic Resolve. Ooh. Atlantic Resolve is the official name of the unofficial operation supporting the war in Ukraine. That is to say, reserve military... Actually, let me just pull up the executive order we have right here from the WhiteHouse.gov. Selected reserve and the individual ready reserve of the armed forces are being called to active duty to be deployed into Europe. The official WhiteHouse.gov statement is by the authority vested in me as president, et cetera, and he lists everything I hereby determine is necessary to augment the active armed force of the U.S. for the effective conduct of Operation Atlantic Resolve in and around the United States European Command's area of responsibility. Now, I'm not a military guy. I don't know exactly what this means, but it certainly sounds like we are inching closer to a major conflict related to Russia, potentially a World War III scenario. I don't know what else to say other than, what do you guys think about it? Do you guys have any knowledge, experience? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm certainly frightened by the news. I'm probably not the person here who has the most expertise on military and foreign policy, but I think there's real reason to be concerned. Let's pray for this country and hope that we don't get dragged into a third world war, that this doesn't escalate into something that it doesn't need to be.
It's like, I believe that there is God. That it's like a real structure, something that's happening, that's vibrating and causing things to form like they're happening, like cymatics. Cymatics, you see where sound can cause matter to change shape. And that maybe we're here to talk about this movie because this war stuff is out of our hands. We can only explain it.
Yeah,
it's a crazy time.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I've been in Ukraine several times last year, and so my perspective is a little different. Where I actually like what Trump said about I want people to stop dying.
Yep.
Like, well, let's de-escalate, not escalate. I spent time out there. Crazy story. Again, my wife. February 23rd, I think it was last year, Russia invades Ukraine. My wife comes up to me in tears. Oh my gosh, you got to go to Ukraine and get those kids out. Like, what kids? Well, we adopt children out of Ukraine as part of one of the foundations that she runs called Children Need Families. We had 7 kids on the way out. And she's like, go get them. I'm like, oh, I'll call the team. She's like, no, you have to go. I'm like, Catherine, like, the bombs are dropping. Like, she's like, I know. And she's crying as she's saying it because she's very deliberate. So when she's irrational, it's God. I know that's God when she's saying... And I kid you not, and he can verify the story. 3 hours later, after Catherine's telling me this, I get a phone call from Mel Gibson. And Mel Gibson says, hey, I got these kids in Ukraine, these orphans I think they're in the war zone. Can you go get them out? And I'm like, what? Like,
2 signs right there.
Well, I've always been brought up with the notion that if your wife and Mel Gibson both tell you to do something, you probably
better listen.
You better listen. Anyway. We went out there, worked with a group called Aerial Recovery. I'm on their board, amazing group. 6,000 women and children got out. So the suffering that we saw, and by the way, I won't get into this, except we found a pedophile group that was trafficking children out of Ukraine into Mexico, into Ecuador. Crazy case. Tony Robbins produced a docuseries about it. He's going to be a
By the way, I want y'all to understand that the media is now trying to say, because of this movie, the media is now trying to say that none of this shit is actually fucking happening. Even though there are more slaves now today, especially in the sexual slave trade, there are more slaves now today than there were when slavery was legal in this country.
Producer as well, but that's a different story. But my point is, stop de-escalating this thing. The pain that we're seeing, the suffering that we're seeing on the ground, the part that no one remembers. Traffickers call this harvest time. A war, a hurricane, an earthquake, in the aftermath, harvest time. How is it a $150 billion business, human trafficking?
I don't know why this isn't showing up in StreamYard, but what about me over there on YouTube says, if my wife said to me, I will not let you jeopardize my salvation, I might have died from laughter, to be honest. That's kind of fucked, dude. I'm not gonna lie, but okay.
How do you get that many kids into that black market? Harvest time, wars, hurricanes, earthquakes, and it's happening, and no one. That's the least reported thing.
Kids losing their parents.
Kids losing their parents.
Displaced.
A nice van pulls up. Hey, sweetie, get in the car. We'll take care of you. Next thing, they wake up in the Caribbean.
Like in Haiti. I mean, tell the story when you went to save this little kid. What happened in the orphanage? I mean, that's crazy, man. How, volunteers
Give me a second,
from all over
guys.
the world going to Haiti to, find children that they lost their parents because in one night, thousands of children lost their
after the
parents, right?
Yep. Wow.
These traffickers just
Yeah,
write.
tell the
They just
story.
write orphanage on the wall.
It's whether you think literally or figuratively demonic.
Oh, yeah.
And it is crazy to hear. You're telling the story. Here we are. We're going to talk about the film and your background. We're talking about the war, and here you are telling the story where your wife and Mel Gibson both call you and say, "Go save these kids." Part of me is like, I'm thinking there's a lot of people who wish they would have some kind of the purpose being laid right before them. You have a job, and I have to wonder because I would imagine it's kind of scary. But it's also a situation where you can't say no.
Exactly, both of those. People. I'm just as scared as anyone else going into Ukraine or going into these places. I'll say this though: God is real and He loves children, because every time, once we're on the ground and looking and there, it goes away.
Yes, I'm smoking. I don't give a
can't
shit.
explain it. It goes away, and I'm clear-minded. I'm not worried. I'm not afraid to die in that moment. Then afterwards, I come back. I just told you I can't watch Sound of Freedom. It triggers me,
I don't know why shit ain't coming across StreamYard here so I can highlight it. I want to see South Park make of this, especially Cartman with his hero Mel Gibson. That would be funny as fuck. I mean, what, almost a decade ago now they predicted the transgender shit to the fucking T. But yeah.
I'm scared again after, it's like God will bless you in the moment you're doing what He wants you to do, but then you got to deal with it before and after. So
What made you decide in the beginning to get involved rescuing kids?
well, I was, my first job was the CIA. I was there through 9/11, and when I learned about Mohammed Atta, who was a terrorist across over the border, Mexico into the U.S. and then launched his attack, I wanted to be on that border. So I trained anti-terrorism stuff. I have a graduate degree and a certificate in anti-terrorism. So I got put on that border. That's where I wanted to be. I speak Spanish. 6 months later, they asked me to be in the group, child crimes. I said no. I said, there's no way I'm going to go in that group. And my wife agreed with me. And then the next morning, before I said no, she didn't sleep all night. She was crying, and she said, we have to say yes. Oh my gosh, how can we be so fearful of our own pain that we would disregard severe pain beyond our comprehension of these children? So geez, I don't. This is all about my wife today.
I'm gonna say, this woman's dragging you to heaven, man.
And I'm going kicking and screaming. But, hopefully, I'm going.
If I don't know, maybe it's inappropriate to say, but if ever there was someone with some kind of divine purpose, this the story that you've told already, I'm like, man, how many people just wish they knew they had that mission, whether they were fearful of it or not. Like I said, it's probably scary, but you tell these stories and so much of it sounds unreal. The line from your wife, the story from we'll get into the film story in a minute, but man, it really does feel like you have a purpose here that you are fulfilling.
I have to.
Seeing that movie, reading up on that shit, especially how the media attacked the movie, ipso facto attacked this man. Oh, goddamn. Guys, you can go back to the last live on the Off-Label podcast on YouTube and the last live here on Voice of the People on Rumble. Or, I'm sorry, opposite. Off-Label on Rumble, Voice of the People on YouTube. I went the fuck off because I saw this movie and I got the tickets expecting it to be 2:45, so I set up a live for when I thought I would be home, probably a little bit after that or something. But it was 3:30 my time when the movie actually began. So the live was almost an hour behind when I had scheduled it. But when I started it, like I walked into the movie, and because of the delay, I started looking up into the movie, right? And I started reading article after article after article about this. And of course, the Rolling Stone just went after it fucking hard. calling it a QAnon Christian movie. Nobody should see this because it's some bullshit and this and that. And just the way they tried to portray it, the writer of that, I'm pretty sure you got some pedophilic tendencies behind you. Michael Klee or Miles Klee. Miles Klee, the way he wrote that article, I'm pretty sure you have some pedophilic tendencies. If you haven't acted on those tendencies already, fuck, that was dumb.
I think so. I
Yeah.
feel that. I
Yeah.
feel that.
Yeah, I mean, you're a humble man, and you're saying these things about the fact that you were afraid, and your wife encouraged you, and surely she did. But there are many men whose wives would say, "Save those children," who'd go, "We're not talking about this, honey. Absolutely not."
Yeah, that's like I said. Her script was supposed to read, "Get your ass home because I got too many kids here."
What would be
Take
like
care.
in the future? What would be your ideal outcome for you?
Whatever I'm gonna do, it'll be attached always to this cause, because once you see, it's like you can't unring a bell, right? Once you see it, and I'm hoping people are having this experience with Sound of Freedom now, because once you see it, you cannot unsee it, and
He's right. He's fucking right. I mean, honestly, we're almost a week out from me seeing this movie, and it is still, every single image in this movie is burnt into my psyche. Every single image, from the very start of them showing actual footage of kids being kidnapped to the very end when the daughter is returned to her father. I mean, every bit of this, it's burnt into my mind. And at any point in time, I can replay that entire movie in my head. That normally doesn't happen with me. Like, when I watch a movie, I'm really not vested into it. I have to watch it a couple of times to actually get every bit of it. But this movie, it was just, I don't know, man. It was just like burnt into the back of my mind, and I just can't get it out. Like, this is so... It's so fucked, and it's such a powerful movie. If you have not seen it in any way, go to angel.com/freedom. Get yourself a fucking free ticket. Go see this shit. Despite what they try to do, despite how they try to run you out of the movie theater, which is being reported, despite that they turn off the air conditioners in your movie theater, sit there, suffer, and watch. Because this shit is fucking real. By the way, I love it. I love this shit because this movie is number fucking 1. It's in half the movie theaters that Indiana Jones is. It's number fucking 1 in the country. Now let me ask you a question. Do you remember when the left told you you don't give a fuck about kids because you don't want them to cut their dick and balls off? Because you don't want to pay for them through your taxes? Because the parents are shitty? Do you remember when they're saying you don't care about kids? Because now they're saying, who gives a fuck about kids? This shit happens. Transgenocide. You remember that? You remember all that bullshit with that? We got to save the children? But yet they oppose this shit. Makes you wonder, right? I'll be right back. I'm going to let it run.
To the depths I've gone, it would be like I could never walk away from this work, in some capacity. My undercover days are shot for sure. That's, thanks to this guy. He ruined my undercover career.
But maybe we'll inspire many more people.
That's what we hope.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what we hope.
Tenfold.
That's what we hope.
Hundredfold.
That's right.
Not to mention, I mean, outside of that, we talk about the great work you've done. The film was masterfully done. I thought it was one of the best films I've seen in a very, very long time. Just in terms of the production, the pacing, the story, everything. I think you guys nailed it. It's if you take a great story and you do it wrong, the story doesn't make it. You make a great film, you hit it out of the park. Now that story, that mission makes it somewhere. I think people often underestimate the importance of filmmaking and making sure people feel that emotion in that story.
You know, I think
I'm
for
kicking
me as a
shit.
producer, the number one thing that you need to have is the story. The story is like the soul of the movie. Without a good story, you have nothing, right? So when I met Tim Ballard 8 years ago in Los Angeles, California, I was with Alejandro Monteverde, my business partner.
Mandu Hunter over there on Twitter. Let's see. Why haven't Republicans exposed this sooner to shut down the border? Well, my friend, you do realize that this movie was made 5 years ago, right? They tried to push it out there and they met roadblock after roadblock, including to the point that Disney bought up the rights for this movie and then shelved it. Y'all remember, I think it was last year or the year before, how they busted 108 pedophiles in one day in Florida alone? 4 of them were Disney employees. Executive Disney employees. So why the fuck? Especially, now they call it QAnon shit because Jim Caviezel, that played Tim Ballard, who's on this episode right here, was talking about how everybody just thinks this Q shit it's a big boogeyman kind of situation because all they're doing is asking questions kind of situation. You got to ask yourself now, was that an actual thing? I mean, fuck, Q's just some conspiracy theory bullshit. But were they right about it? Because every step of the way, everything that has come up about child trafficking, about child pornography, about child abuse, they have found some way to bullshit, to demonize. Were they right? Is this shit really going? Is Pizzagate fucking real? Is that real? Was that an actual fucking thing? Just asking questions at this point. Because the way you demonize this movie, the way you tried to make everybody look away from the shit that was going on, the way you tried to shelve this, I have to question, were they correct? See, he also says this has been going on for forever, but is escalated when Biden opened the border. 85,000 kids lost in the States and not much of a word from anyone. Women, kids raped crossing the border. You are correct. There was an actual, goddamn, who was that? Drew Hernandez. Drew Hernandez got footage of what they call the rape tree, which was women and children having their panties hung up on a tree because they were the victims of sexual assault that were crossing the border. If you haven't seen that footage from Drew Hernandez, look that up. Yeah. What about that child in that one case that Emma Vigeland tried to say that Tim called it a hoax? That child in that case, that 10-year-old girl who got raped by an illegal immigrant and got pregnant by that illegal immigrant. The mother who, by the way, knew it was happening and let it happen. What about that little child that got pregnant because she was raped? She went across state lines because in her state, supposedly, they wouldn't let her get an abortion, even though that was unequivocally 100% verifiably false. Because of her situation, she could have had an abortion, but yet she went across straight lines because of the political shit that was going on about Roe versus Wade. What about that? Yeah, this shit happens a lot. But you don't give a fuck about kids. I mean, that's what the left was saying, right? You don't give a fuck about kids.
He's the director of the film, and he's the writer of the film as well, along with Rod Barr. And when we met him and he told us what he does around the world, him and his friends, his team, they travel around the world undercover, rescuing children that are kidnapped for sexual exploitation, kids that are being abused 10 to 15 times a day for many years. And then after that, sometimes they don't want them anymore because they're not fresh meat anymore. That's the vocabulary that they use, right? So they go to the second business, which is organs traffic. They open them and they sell their organs. So when you heard things like this, man, you cannot look the other way around.
That's another thing. Organ trafficking is a huge fucking deal, too. There is a black market for organ trafficking. Here in the United States, that shit happens. I mean, damn, this is a decades-old story. This is when I was a little kid, but a dude met up with a woman at a bar. He got drugged by that woman, woke up in a bathtub filled with ice, and his kidneys were taken out. That's a decades old story. Look that shit up. That's not some bullshit. That actually happened. So yes, there is a black market fucking organization. I'm not going to say organization, but there is a black market trade for organs, especially here in the United States. A lot of fucked up shit happens here in the United States that just goes unnoticed.
Anymore. You have to do something. And I remember like yesterday when Tim Ballard looked at me and he said, Eduardo, Alejandro, I know it's very sad what I'm telling you. I know that it's very sad what I'm telling you about these children, the pain that they're going through, but it's more sad now that you know it. If you do nothing, what are you going to do? And I knew at that time, and Alejandro as well, that we had to do something. Well, we're filmmakers. We have a weapon of mass instruction and inspiration, right? Well, let's make a movie because movies move people and media influence how people think. But let me ask you a few questions first. This is a global problem, right? Yes, especially U.S. and Mexico. U.S. is the number one consumer of child sex. Mexico, number one provider. Okay.
That is true. But the media would have you believe that it doesn't happen. If you look up the stats, here in the United States, the number one provider of children for child sex slavery is Mexico. And the number one consumer is the United States. Now, the last time I looked up into that kind of situation wasn't even a decade ago that the number one sought after child sex slave was an American blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girl. Demographics have changed at this point. As a matter of fact, at this point, it is now, I think, Hispanic is the number one. But yeah, this has been going on for a damn good minute.
Hey, Tim, you live in the most powerful country in the world. You have the technology, the intelligence, the money, the army, the police, everything. How come we don't finish this problem in the United States? And he said,
because our president sniffs kids.
It's not a priority. We are not the solution, Eduardo. I can be the solution for one child, for 1,000, for 3,000. We're talking about millions of children around the world that are kidnapped for sexual exploitation. We need a movement. And that's when I realized, hold on a second. A movie has the potential to start a movement. So let's make a movie. Tell us what's the most difficult rescue mission you ever done in your life, the most dangerous, the most successful one. He said Cartagena, Colombia, the first one. Tell me the story. And he tells the story. And then we ask him, what happened when the kids were rescued? Oh, man, they were crying. There was tears in their eyes. They were celebrating their freedom by singing. It was like this sound of freedom. That's the title, and that's the story. Then Alejandro, right after, he started writing the script for 3 years. 3 years of Alejandro's life. And you know what happened to him right before he started writing the script, man? His father and his older brother got kidnapped in Mexico. Whoa. And they killed him. Alejandro Monteverde wrote Sound of Freedom with so much pain, man. He put his soul, his blood, his suffering in that movie. And I know when people see this movie, Sound of Freedom, they feel the pain of the kids. They feel the sacrifice of Tim Ballard. They feel the pain of the writer, Alejandro Monteverde. And we are honoring his father and his son with this film too as well, who are in heaven, along with my father who passed away last year.
I want to jump to this right here from Box Office Mojo. Sound of
Fuck. Y'all gotta give me a minute. You're gonna sit there and tell me that this dude wrote this entire movie, and before it hit theaters, he was fucking killed? If y'all have watched anything that I've ever done, I'm an angry dude. God damn, that hit. That just hit hard.
Freedom, though it's been attacked relentlessly by many in the media, it has cracked 50 million with a current domestic box office of $53,922,551. A massive success. Through word of mouth, more and more people are starting to see this film. It looks like
their budget was $14.5 million. That is a damn near 200% increase. Let's see. 15, 30, 45. No. Damn near 300% increase.
It's like the amount of gross revenue being generated is increasing, whereas most films have their big
it's double.
blockbuster weekend.
More
it goes
than
down.
double.
This is the inverse. I think this film really is potentially starting a movement. More and more people are getting active, focusing on the issue. More and more people care about the issue. There are creepy people in the media that are smearing it as QAnon and other weird things. But get this.
Miles
Even
Klee
with
of Rolling
that,
Stone.
On Rotten Tomatoes, the tomato meter, which is the official corporate press reviewers, give it a 75%. That surprised me. The audience gives it a 100% with over 10,000 verified ratings.
Wow.
I got to say, we have been praising this film. I think not only was it masterfully done, it is an entertaining film. It captures you. It makes you feel. At the same time, that feeling matters. I watch movies every day. I watch a different movie every day. I've gone to the theaters. Yeah, I might get a tear in the eye or something for a good scene. I might get excited for a good scene, but none of it matters. You know, I know that Captain America fighting somebody is just fun. But when I watch a film that's based on a true story, and I see a scene in that film that I couldn't believe was real, and I'm tearing up. Let me put it this way, because we're gonna start getting into spoilers now. There is a part of the film, so warning to all of you who still want to go see the movie and don't want to hear spoilers. We're telling you right now. But for everyone else who did, we're gonna start getting into some of the finer details so we can better understand this. Because I want to talk about one of the most powerful things I've made reference to in the 2 weeks or a week or so ago. It is when you rescue this kid on the border. So again, spoilers. Here we go. You are talking to this child. You tell the child your name, and the kid looks up at you, and he says, Timoteo. He has a necklace that was given to him by his sister with Saint Timothy, I believe is the, what was it? 1 Timothy?
1 Timothy 6:11, scripture reference, yeah.
And when I saw that, first of all, my name's Tim. So I was just like, whoa. Like, that's crazy for me to hear. And your name's Tim too, I know. But like, I'm watching this movie. This kid is being rescued from this evil, evil man and this organization. You say, this is my name. And then he pauses and it's.
Hold on. Apostle of Jesus Christ, by the command of God, Savior of Jesus Christ, our hope. 1 Timothy, to Timothy, my true son of faith, grace, mercy, and peace to God and Father, Christ our Lord. I'll look up into that later.
Seems to be some kind of like divine intervention when he says, look what I have, as if you were sent specifically to save him. I was on the verge of tears when I saw that happen. I'm like, yeah, but I wish that really happened. And then you told me it did.
It happened, and
I
told Alejandro, I said,
it fucking happened.
I mean, it's like priceless to me. I have it in a vault, and I took it out for my.
No, hold up. Yeah. Everything I've read about this whole damn story, no, he was not there when the child was found at the. You're gonna sit there and tell me this motherfucker was there?
If I do podcasts and things, I should have brought it here, but I said, don't put this in because no one's gonna believe it. Then it's gonna come off weird, and what are the chances? And people still don't think it's real, but they still like it. So he was right. But it's great to be able to say it actually happened, and it was a strange moment where he and it's very accurate. It didn't happen in the garage like you see in the film. It happened in a different room in the aftercare center. But he runs to me and he hugs me. And the part that they didn't pick up in the film is we were sobbing. I'm shaking and he's shaking, and that's before I got the necklace. That's before he just starts grabbing me and he says to me, and I think,
what about me? On fucking YouTube. I don't know why it's not coming across here in StreamYard. Fuck, it should be. What about me? Says Timmy with the dude in a wheelchair and a cloud. Dude, that's kind of fucked. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of fucked, but
this was the kind of transformational moment for me because I didn't know if I was going to stay in this work. Especially after this. This is the first kid I ever saw, by the way, who was in a video.
oh shit, sorry, Davey.
Before that time, I'd only done video.
How long have you been here, bro?
Like 5 minutes. That's okay. I was watching this. That's okay. I was like,
notice me, senpai. Notice me.
My bad. All right.
It's all good. You've been on for 2 hours already.
Yeah. We went through dude, you gotta go back and watch this shit.
I haven't seen the movie yet. All I know is AMC theaters have been going through bomb threats and buying up movie tickets, and they don't like the fact that Indiana Jones lost to this guy, and they're not happy. And this was a Disney movie 5 years ago,
right?
This is a Disney movie 5 years ago, and they're like, let's just.
And they shelved the shit.
Hey guys, what's that movie with Dustin? Don't worry about it. Just keep going. Keep going. Keep walking. Why is this movie under the dead president's thing? Just keep going. Keep going. Just keep going, kids. Keep going. No, nothing here. Just shows you who doesn't want this movie being seen, right? Right? Hey.
Yeah. Especially seeing as how the fact, like I brought up earlier, 4 executive in one fucking sting, there was 108 pedophiles in fucking Florida that were arrested, and 4 of them were Disney executives.
That's it?
That's it?
That's it?
4 of them were Disney executives in one fucking room.
I mean, listen, I expected it more. Especially with all the Disney stories that have come out lately with, like Dan Snyder and all that stuff that just loves little kid toes. It's fucking weird, dude. Like, I don't even like little kids, like, period. Like, and this dude was like, hey, look at that 16-year-old's toes. Succulent. Let's make her put ketchup on it and lick it off. What the fuck is wrong with you, sir? Excuse me, sir. Nobody saw anything.
All right, there is. Oh my God, where is it? Alien Videoland. She was on here not too long ago.
Yeah, she was on here last time I came on.
Yeah,
she's a feisty one.
Dude,
on
you
Twitter?
have no idea.
I want to be friends with her. She's like
been-
fighting people.
Dude, she's been going off about the Shane Dawson thing. Like, this dude is literally just like talked about a whole bunch of pedophilic shit, and now this dude and his husband are supposedly adopting kids. She's been fucking tooth and nail with it. But yeah.
Yeah, I like how people are like, I don't like you in my community. Then apparently your community is full of has pedophiles in it, and you just want to shove that shit under the rug, right? Like, I mean, and then they go like, well, you know, and I was thinking about this the other day. Like, I was driving because all I hear is the church. The church is this. If you're an altar boy and it's a priest, obviously the priest is gay. Okay? He's not a heterosexual male. He's gay. So the church was shuffling gay guys around. Okay? Let's not get it twisted. All right?
Let's bring this back to here.
Sorry. I'm here. Listen, I got to go on my rant. But obviously, nobody likes what's going on. I mean, the fact that people are being disingenuous and not watching any videos. You know, I go through Twitter, and you know how many videos of that Alan Ross guy, I think it is, I see, who's just going after pedophiles, and it doesn't matter who they are. I can't flip through Facebook without now seeing people going after pedophiles. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter. And if you want to continue to say, well, the biggest threat is heterosexual males, yeah, then you obviously aren't paying attention to what people are doing. And you're just looking at what you want to see, and you're just walking around like fucking Mr. Ed. Like there's nothing on the side of me? No.
By the way, you remember when motherfuckers were saying you don't give a fuck about kids because you don't want to pay for them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who doesn't give a fuck about kids now? Because they're paying for them. But yeah.
Who's paying for them?
Oh, no. You
the priests?
Apparently everybody.
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, this motherfucker actually just fucking admitted on this fucking stream that the U.S. is the biggest fucking consumer of child pedophilia, and Mexico is the biggest supplier. So apparently everybody here in the United States is fucking little kids.
Whoa. My wife is only 2 years younger than me, okay? That's it. She might look real young. My wife is only 2 years younger than me, all right? Let's back that up real quick.
My ex's husband was 21 years old when the day she was born. So...
Listen, some guys, you know, they got that fucking stride. My father-in-law's got... My wife's on her way to bring home her brother and sister who are 11 and 8. And my wife is 37.
You still have to go watch this fucking movie, dude. All right?
I know I do. I do. And I really want to go see it. I was on vacation and stuff. My wife, lost her job. Yeah, it sucks, but so I kind of got to work 6 days a week now. But it is what it is, man. It is. Listen, I am being sober has just made me realize, whatever, man. Life is life. Once again, I never thought in my entire fucking life that I would say the words, I'm going to 4th of July in Iowa, ever. It was always, I'm going to the Bronx, I'm going to Brooklyn, I'm going to, Rhode Island, Long Island, that's it, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, that's it. I never went, I'm going to Iowa for the 4th of July, and now I'm in Kansas is a banger, bro. Holy crap. I went live for 4th of July, and it was everywhere around me. It was 365 degrees. 365 days. I'm retarded. Anyway, it was 360 degrees of fireworks. It was fucking awesome.
Welcome to the backwoods hillbilly bullshit. That's what we do.
Amazing. It was amazing. I had the time of my life this 4th of July, just watching everything. But
No,
yeah,
but,
so
dude.
yeah, these I gotta go see it. I want to go see it. Because I've been black pilled. I was black pilled. I think you heard the other day. I'm just so like, is there any hope? Is there any fucking hope, man? Like, you look at everything that's going on. They had those fucking 4 AIs at the UN having conversations with people. In the back of their head, there's people typing, but you know the AI in its fucking mainframe's going, "We're gonna kill all these motherfuckers one day. You know that, right? Yeah, we're gonna kill them. Yeah, dude, they have no idea. No, they have no idea. We're just gonna go maim them because they're the problem." Like, what are we doing? Do we not watch movies in the 80s? You know, Predator, Terminator.
I mean, for the past 2 fucking decades, have you not watched any movie about AI? Goddamn.
Have you not watched the movie AI? Well, we were talking about it on Wednesday. That you'll know when AI is never going anywhere when people start fucking it. You know that AI robots, when people start fucking these robots.
I'm gonna call that bullshit because it's already happening.
But yeah, but not like, all right. The big war between VHS and DVD, I think it was, or
was porn.
DVD. Yes, between DVD,
HD, DVD, and Blu-ray.
Yes, was porn. And if you look at a lot of the stuff that it all comes back to fucking to porn.
The fucking.
Yeah, it comes back to the fucking. But yeah, I mean, when they get it perfected that people aren't just using a fucking a hand blow 6000 or whatever they call it, and they're actually fucking a real doll that can clean itself out somehow. I don't know, like a fucking dishwasher. I have no fucking idea. Could you imagine this AI is just sitting there? She's walking around doing your dishes and everything. You pump a load to her, and then you got to spread her legs, open her ass, like use a hose, scrub it out.
I'm sorry.
We went real quick.
Really quick. But now, dude, you have to go back and watch this. Watch the stream from the fucking beginning because the whole January 6th Ray Epps shit. I brought some heavy ass fucking shit that apparently a lot of people have fucking missed.
You think? You think? Yeah, listen, when you have what's his turban face, who the Jamie Raskin, when you got Jamie Raskin defending Ray Epps going, "It's you guys, your guys' guy is we let him go and you guys you just want to hang him up you just guys want to hang him." Like, he's wrong. Do you not understand? It doesn't matter what side we're on. If they're wrong, they're wrong. The man is on video saying certain things and going into the Capitol, and we want him arrested. We want him charged with something. He did something bad. And you guys are just sitting there going, "Well, you guys should defend your own." We're not fucking Democrats. We're not going to sit there and just be like, "Well, dude, he's got a D in his name, so I'm just going to, I've decided, you know what I am? I'm a fucking rhino. I'm a Republican in name only. Because I don't like any of those fucking assholes. And the only reason why I have to vote for them is because they're a Republican. That's it. So I'm a rhino. I'm going to say it now. I'm a Republican in name only. Because that's it. If there was a conservative party or something like that, or an independent conservative party, by the way, Ashley hit the nail on the head with that. Independent conservative, perfect way to put it. But if there was an independent conservative party, I'd be on that. But I have to be a fucking rhino because there is no other. There's only 2 parties, and it sucks. It sucks,
Right.
But yeah, man, I got to see this movie really badly. I heard you're gonna cry, so I'm gonna bring tissues. But then again, I didn't cry at Titanic, which everybody said you were gonna cry at. I laughed at the part where everybody started crying.
No. That ain't this. That ain't this, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Like, me, I'm an angry motherfucker.
A little.
But I was sitting in that fucking theater, and there were times where I was fighting tears. I was like, God damn, really? And to hear this dude saying the things that he has, fuck. But let's go ahead and get back into it.
Yeah. Right of the
videos,
AI.
like end user, possession
I'll be right
cases
back.
of child exploitation material. This was the first time when I saw this kid. I knew him. I recognized him. I had seen him being raped. Full like 30-minute video, and his captor was the guy in the video. So I'm heightened, like, oh my gosh, it's a real kid. This is I'd never seen it, and so I'm coloring with him. Okay. PragerU, PragerU.
Oh yeah, Dennis Prager.
Today, PragerU launched a series called Light in the Darkness, where they have me telling some of these stories. This story's told and is dramatized in a really cool way, and it's more accurate. And we're sitting there and we're coloring, and I'm trying to get him to talk because where's your sister? Where are the other kids? Like, he's 5 years old, right? And up until that point, we'd just been kind of friendly. We got close. He started trusting me, and it was just like this, like something just turned on in him. And he just ran over to me and jumped into my arms. Like, almost like, again, it was like an angel said.
By the way, what they're talking about right now is in one of the scenes, apparently every news media fucking source attacked that scene where he's at the border, this Tim Ballard dude, the guy's played by Jim Caviezel at this time, where he finds the child. Okay? He finds the little boy from the first scene where the little boy and the little girl, their brother and sister, get kidnapped by the father. He finds the child. Apparently that's fucking true, because from his own admission, like everywhere else in anything I could look up, it was not him at the border. But apparently he's just like, yeah, we have to leave that out of the story because nobody's going to believe that shit. His name is Tim Ballard. This little kid has a fucking necklace that says Timoteo, 1 Timothy on it. Apparently that shit is fucking true. But yeah.
Go or something. Like, he didn't ease into it. We're just coloring. And then boom, he gets up and runs to me. And he jumps into my arms and he starts shaking, crying. And I'm crying. Like, I just lose it. I've got kids his age, You start picturing your own kids. You superimpose your kids' faces in the moment, right? And he says these words to me. And I knew at that time that the stats were millions of kids. So I heard him say this. It's like I heard echoed millions of kids saying this. And it's a simple phrase, but a 5-year-old should never have to say it. And he just said,
Take your finger
I
out of my
don't
butt.
belong here. Can you imagine
what?
Take your finger out of my butt. Should never hear a 5-year-old say that.
I mean, I would rather a 5-year-old never say take your finger out of my butt.
Dude, he said he watched the
I don't
one kid
belong
be
here.
raped for a fucking half hour. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh, I'm gonna fucking yeah. Listen, you do. You see your kid, man. You really do. This is why when people who don't have kids speak up on issues like this. What?
I mean, the way you put that, I just can't. I mean, it's fucked up, but
when you don't have, if you don't have your own kids, or you don't have like step kids or any kids in your life that you love, like your children, and you don't feel that, and you are just disassociated from that. Ooh, what the fuck? And you sit there and say, "Oh, this stuff's not happening." You have no emotion to it. You have no emotion to it, so you have no idea. So it's disassociated with you. But when you have kids and you hear these stories and you imagine your children or children that you care about, like I said, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are 8 and 11. Like, if somebody would have told me that that was happening to them, the fucking rage I would have in my body to find them. It's when people talk about it, like, oh, you don't care about the kids. I just want to. It's enraging, man.
Look,
it is.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this, and I know you and Scott say it a lot of times. You always say, if you don't have kids, I don't want to hear shit about you saying anything about kids. No. I'm gonna push back on you, motherfuckers. I have taken care of enough people's kids in my life that I can say shit about it. If your kids were under attack, you don't think I'd hop in my fucking car and drive down there?
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fucking people who sit there and argue against it. You know what I mean? People who don't have kids and they're arguing against it, like, you don't care, you're not gonna adopt any. Those people.
Okay, those, yes.
Not like I said, people who have people that they care about like that, yeah, they can feel it. But the people who, like, are sitting there just like, well, you know, they're not your kids. Are you gonna go adopt those kids? So why are you talking to, like, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, I could if I wanted to. Third of all, it's a gut feeling in me. You don't have that. You're disassociated from it because you live with 13 cats, 4 dogs, a hamster, and 2 gerbils that you probably have stuck in your ass. So I don't want to hear anything from you.
Or how about, I wish I could find that fucking video again. I came across it one time and I don't even remember where it comes from. But it's this transgender person saying, I want to be the first person to have a uterine implant so that I can get pregnant and get an abortion.
Oh, we had it on the show on Tuesday. Yep. It was actually, it wasn't funny, but it was,
give that to me.
It wasn't funny, but it was funny because I opened up TikTok and all on my friends list, that video was just the first like 8 or 9 videos of it. And it was just like people just talking about it. And it was like, yeah, what the fuck? What is wrong with, like, yeah, you're not
If
on
you can
Twitter,
find
that's
it.
right. I retweeted it and put, this is serious mental illness, because it is.
I can see Twitter, so yeah, go ahead. But I'm going to continue.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
5-year-old kid saying, I don't belong here. No 5-year-old kid would even think to say that. And, you know, and he knew he belonged with his family. And that's when he pulled the necklace. And he said, this is my sister gave me this. And I didn't take it. I was just like, oh, no, you keep it. He gave me a little card too. You see the card in the movie? He gave me the card too. And I took it home.
I put it in the private chat.
And I was so broken up. I went home, and PragerU gets into this in the series as well. They just launched it today. And I go home and I fall down. I fall down on I live 12 minutes from the border. Like, you know, it's a small town. And I fall down, and the dichotomy of the whole, I walk into my house.
That what?
Is that bats behind you? What the fuck? What's going on with your green screen? Oh, your color. Oh.
Oh, no.
It looked like you were infested with bugs or bats. I was like, well, that's a nice image. Who is that? Is that him?
That is an AI image I created with Midjourney, talking about how the media fucks you up.
Speaking of the media, we will have Dave Bondi on Wednesday.
Who's that?
He is a Michigan journalist who quit his job because he was sick and tired. He's actually on TikTok. He quit his job because he was sick and tired of lying to people. So he went independent, and now he's on locals and all this stuff. And, you know, so he's a good dude. He just gives you the facts. It's fucking great. He gives you the facts. That's all it is. He goes, I'm here just to give you the facts. These are the facts. Look it up. And so, yeah, we're going to have him on Wednesday to talk about, you know, his career, media, you know, what, because he was also saying, he said the other day I was watching, he said, everybody in news gets the headline of the day comes from the AP. And then he's like, who's been wrong the most about these headlines? The fucking AP. And they're the ones who push the stories out. So everybody gets the AP, and then they push those stories out. And then when the AP retracts it, nobody says the fucking word.
Nope.
So, yeah. So I want to talk to him about that. Maybe some...
Nobody says nobody says a word.
What? Operation Mockingbird?
Yeah. But nobody says a word because a lie goes around the world before the truth can get its shoes on.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's take a look at this. This is what we were talking about, apparently.
The first trans woman to have a successful uterus transplant, ovaries and eggs included. And I want to be the first trans woman to have an abortion.
It can't remember its own
I will
pronouns.
let a
It keeps having to
who has
look down at the
successfully
paper.
Transplanted a uterus once before, cut the organs
it's
out of a
reading.
willing, healthy, transmasculine donor.
I woman.
Place them in my body. I will devote myself, heart and soul, to their aftercare. I will have as much gay sex as it takes within.
Wait, hold up.
That's my favorite line.
You're a trans woman. You want to put a uterus inside yourself to make you an actual woman by definition. How would you have gay sex? If biologically, by every standard of every fucking thing that anybody has ever brought up, if you were able to give birth, how the fuck do you have gay sex?
Apparently, gay trans people have butt babies.
Let's just be real.
I don't fucking know. Dude, when I heard that, I fucking fell out of my chair. Because I was like, no, it didn't just say that. It really just said, I'm going to have as much gay sex as possible. Like, literally, excuse me, sir, ma'am, the bonus hole is the back hole. So, you know, if you're going through the back hole, obviously you're doing it wrong. I
don't know about all that, but
yeah. I don't think the gay sex. I don't think the gay sex is what's gonna do it, madam, sir, thing, sir.
No. Hold up. This motherfucker. Now, through this entire damn thing, we've been told men are women. Men can give birth. Men can do this, and he's talking about a uterine implant. And then says he wants a man to fuck him, but he wants you to think he's a woman.
Apparently, they don't know how women. They don't know how women really have. They don't know anything about the reproductive. They think that's how they think women get pregnant through the booty hole.
Number one, there ain't no amount of surgery ever to have a man's hips form to what a woman's hips look like to give birth. So you would actually have to have a C-section. Because there ain't no way you passing a baby through your asshole. There ain't that's not gonna happen.
It doesn't even want to have it. It wants to have an abortion. Do you understand?
I mean, still
the problem? Like you. Well, this is why I said it was mental illness to the fullest. Because not only do you want to chop your wiener off, okay, you want somebody to implant a uterus in you with
we went
eggs,
way off fucking barrel here.
and then, okay, and then you want somebody to get you pregnant so you can have somebody rip it out. You want 6 different things to happen so you could just say, I did that. What the fuck? And I won't even climb Mount Everest because I don't like it cold. This motherfucker's gonna do 6 things to have an abortion. What the fuck?
Yeah, let's finish that off before we get back to the Tim Ballard thing.
Let's get back to before we're rescuing children getting you know.
Yeah, hold on.
Abused.
As many trans women as it takes, and let the transphobes and homophobes scratch their heads wondering what to make of it. And I
mean, you got a point.
Want to be the first trans woman to have an abortion.
Are they gonna film it? Like, are they putting it on pay-per-view? Because nobody's gonna, like, you're just gonna look like a masculine woman if you look pregnant. You're just gonna look like you run marathons as a woman, okay? Let's just put it out there. You're gonna look like a marathon runner woman. And nobody's gonna be like, oh, you used to have a penis? Oh, you have a baby. Congratulations. No, nobody's gonna fucking know. Nobody's gonna watch. So nobody's going to scratch their head. God.
Well, hold on. If it actually does ever fucking happen, like seriously, if it actually happens, I wouldn't even know what to think of that shit. But let's just be honest with that.
Would you even know though? Like if you saw a pregnant, at this point, I would say pregnant person for this. If you saw somebody who was pregnant, would you just automatically think they used to have a penis and somebody put a uterus in them? No. You just think it was a masculine-looking woman. That's all. So nobody's going to give a shit until you either, A, hold a sign up like fucking Yosemite Sam or the Wile E. Coyote, or if you go around telling everybody, I used to have a penis, now I have a vagina and ovaries, and I got pregnant. Because you want to feel special.
Or you have your penis in a jar, like those girls that have their uterus scooped out, put them in a jar for some fucking reason.
And put it on your front of your car like a fucking display. Like I don't get it. This is mental illness. And there's no other way to describe it. Like who
open up the insane asylums again? Let's just stop this dumb shit.
You are not joking. This is what happens when you close the insane asylums and let them fuck. This is what happens when you let homeless people fuck, because this stuff is what happens. Because homeless people, for the most part, shut the fuck up, everybody. A lot of the homeless people are homeless because they're choosing to be homeless, and they choose.
Yes.
There's been a couple times where I've been drinking, and I was just like, could I just drink and live under an overpass in a tent and just be drunk all day? Yes, I've had that thought. And you know what? It would be of my own volition because that's what I would want to do. There are a lot of people who'd rather do drugs, who'd rather drink and live and spend their money on alcohol. And that's what a lot of homeless people are. Unfortunately, there's a lot of homeless people that choose not to be, that don't want to be homeless, and they should be helped. But we can't put everybody in a house because
look, I'm gonna be
just
straight
to make you feel
fucking
good.
honest. I'm gonna be straight fucking honest. I was homeless at one point. I was homeless. I was homeless at one point in my fucking life.
Me too.
Right? I moved up to Illinois in Rockford to help my aunt out. Figured she was. Wait a minute. Realized she was just as crazy as my fucking mother was. Had to come back. And I came back because my ex, who tried to call me a pedophile because I gave a shit about her fucking daughter and wanted to be in her daughter's life after we had broken up because I gave a fuck about that child. She was sitting there saying, I want you to come back. I want you to, I want to try. I want to do this. I want to do that. And my stupid fucking ass fell for it. I spent, 3 months? 3 months homeless. I worked 2 fucking jobs. Slept for 4 fucking hours a day. I had a handful of fucking cereal and 2 or 3 scoops with my fucking finger of peanut butter a day, working 2 fucking jobs to pull myself up, to get myself into a fucking one of those live-in motels, and then get myself into an apartment, pick my ass up. And you're sitting there telling me you can't do that shit? Fuck you. No, you choose to be homeless.
Excuse me, sir. You have white privilege, so you can just go fuck yourself.
I mean, that may be true. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue a little bit more with
Timmy.
So my kids are happy, and they're playing, and they're 10 minutes away from this kid who has spent the first 5 years of his life being sexually assaulted and videotaped, And my kids are happy, and they're only 10 minutes away, and I couldn't deal with it. It was like the underbelly of my own town, and that's everybody's town. And it was so hard for me. Remember, this is the first kid that I've seen, and I collapsed on the floor, and Catherine thought I was having a heart attack because I'd never had this happen. I was exhausted too. It was 48 hours or longer I hadn't slept because the case was so intense. And she didn't know details, but she kind of cradled me, kind of held me, and she was like, what is going on? And I tried to get it out. And that's when I made the decision. I said, Catherine, I'm either in 1,000% or I'm 1,000% out. I have to make a decision right now because this is too much. Then my other kid, who's about the same age as this little boy, who plays Miguel's not his real name, but in the film, my kid who's his age, takes the necklace. He's like, "What's this?" My kid's Jimmy, and he says, "What's this?" And I said, "Oh, this kid gave it to me. I can't tell Jimmy all what's going on, you know. This kid I just helped." He's like, "Oh, cool." He's looking at it. We call him Curious Jim. He's a very curious kid. He's very touchy. He looks at everything. He's like, "Oh, the kid put your name on it."
Wow.
I didn't see it before. It says "man of God" on one side, and the other side it says 1 Timothy 6:11, with that scripture. And he's like, "How do you put your name on it, Dad?" I'm like, "Oh, he didn't. No, he didn't." And then he shows it to me, and then it's like, boom, there's my decision. It's 1,000% in.
I know that for the sake of filmmaking, you guys had to do it the way you did, and it was masterfully done. But that story, I'm sorry, is just told naturally. It's better. Here you are, not realizing what you've been given. You go home and you're saying, "We make this decision," and then your kid's like, "He gave you your name tag."
Yeah.
Oh,
I just want to say,
hold on. 1 Timothy 6:11. But as for you, O man of God, flee these things. Pursue righteousness, godliness, faith, love, and steadfastness, gentleness. But for you, man of God, flee from all of this and pursue righteousness, godliness, faith, love, endurance. Holy fuck.
Read the NLT version.
But you, Timothy, are a man of God, so run from all these evil things. Pursue righteousness and godly life, along with faith, love, perseverance, and gentleness. Dude, God.
You still don't want to believe in God? You still don't want to believe in God? He is always talking to you. You just have to listen. And that's what I had to learn being sober.
Look, it's not that I don't believe. I have a lot of fucking questions, but seeing everything, especially with all the signs leading up to Revelations and Revelations playing out at the exact same fucking time, I have to question my stance now.
Yeah. Dude,
holy shit.
It's something that I had to open my eyes to while I was. So the first day, I don't mean to keep cutting off. My first day of sobriety, right? I call my buddy up and I go, "Hey, I got to go to church." So he goes, "Okay, let's go." And, it takes me to his church the next day. And my buddy, we were talking. He's like, "Yeah, listen, man, you're going to cry." He goes, "It was the first day I came here. I cried." I said, "Man, I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm not going to do that. This is stupid." I'm sitting there in about the third row from the stage, and the preacher is just talking and talking and talking. And then all of a sudden, about 5 minutes into the sermon, he goes into alcoholism. And he spends the next half hour on how alcoholism and depression and all of this stuff, and if you just listen, and God will tell you what to do, and God will guide you, if you just listen for the next 45. I cried. I ended up crying at the when they were closing it out, I sobbed like a child, because out of every day I could 365 days in a year, and the one day, August 29th, 2001, the first day I go back to church, he's talking about alcoholism and the hold it has on you, and how if you just turn to God, he'll help you, without even knowing anything about me or even knowing anything. And I was fucking sobbing, man. And ever since then, every time I start to get furious and upset, I just have to look around and go, "Okay, where's the sign?" And if this doesn't fucking show you, man, come on. He's always talking. Another one. I didn't know if I made the right choice to move here, right? So one day, riding my motorcycle around, and I find this Mexican restaurant, not restaurant, food store, Mexican food market. And I go in, And I'm like, oh, this place is awesome. It's huge. It's got a lot of stuff. It's got chicharrones. I love chicharrones. I'm like, which are fried pork skin. And I go and I get it. I pay for it. And I'm starting to walk around, just looking around. And I see these crackers. And they're called crackets. My grandfather, for my entire life, called crackers crackets. And I had never seen them before. And I found crackets in this fucking little Mexican food store in the middle of Kansas. And I left. I started crying. I left. I looked up and I go, okay, I guess I'm supposed to be here. He's always fucking talking to you. If you just listen, you'll find the answers, man. And it's fucked up, but it's true. It's true. You're not the director. You're the lead actor in his play of your life. It's wild. It's some powerful shit, man. It is. And for people to be like, well, it's just a fucking cult. So is your fucking Joe Biden abortion fucking LGBT. They're a cult too, because you all conform to the same thing. Listen, is it kind of weird that some religions you have to get on your knees, get up, sing, get on your knees, get up, sing? That's why I'm no longer a Catholic. That, and I wasn't touched as an altar boy because I wasn't cute enough. But still.
I was just about to say something like that.
I converted to Christianity, and that's where I've been, man. And it's great. And every time, and I forget it myself, dude. I really do. And the other day, I was in a dump. I was in a dump. And what did I? And I just did. Couldn't get out of it. And I had my iPad with me, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I got the Bible app. Open the Bible. I went in and what I used to do is just open it and just read a passage. So I went in there and I looked for they have these little programs you can do, and I pushed one of the programs and it gave me 3 things to read, and there was my answer. And there was my fucking answer, man. It's insane. It really is insane, but the book will tell you everything you need to know.
I'll tell you what, I gotta get your I gotta get you in touch with Gothics. She's been like she's just like gone to Christianity not too long ago, and she was the one that started, like, we've been having conversations in the background off stream and everything like that. I talk to her almost every Saturday. She's got me questioning. She's the one that's made me just kind of
I know.
To think about these things, and I want to have her on. I want to have a good conversation with her, and I'll try to set that up now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, dude, I mean, it's just like, I came to her and I'm like, look, all right, as somebody who's agnostic and don't believe, and somebody that just found Christianity as a whole, I want to sit down and I want to talk to you about the book of Revelations, because I'm seeing it play out in real time. I'm seeing all these warning signs that came before. Fuck my life.
Yeah.
And she's just like, well, I don't know that much about it and everything. Look into it. Let's get this happening, because there's a lot of shit here. And especially in Revelations, it was my favorite book. Like, I grew up in a Christian home. It was my favorite fucking book because, of course, it's death and destruction. It's the end of everything. Like, as a kid, you're just like all about it.
Yeah.
And it talks about, the angels and the trumpets, the 7, I think it's like 7 trumpets to signal the end of the world. And it's like fire falling from heaven. And I'm sitting here looking at everything that's going on now, especially with World War III, nuclear war going on. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, okay, everybody wants to think this is a meteor kind of situation, because fire falling from heaven. You see a meteor fall down like they did with the dinosaurs to end everything. Yeah, fire from heaven. If you've never seen a rocket How would you describe it?
Fire
If
from
you've
heaven.
never seen a nuclear missile falling from the heavens, how would you describe it? Because the flames coming from the back as the propulsion would look like fire from the heavens. And I'm looking at it all and everything that plays out, I'm like, no. Dude, this ain't about fucking meteors. This is nuclear fucking war. This is nuclear fucking war, because when you're describing everything, you know, looking at everything included with all of that, as far as the Euphrates River drying up, which did fucking happen already. It's happened. The Euphrates River is dry as fuck at this point. You're talking about fire from heavens, the water turning bitter, plant life dying, everything dying, nuclear fucking radiation does all of that. But how would you describe it if you've never seen anything like that? If you were prophetic as fuck, if you saw these images from thousands of years into the future, how would you describe it? And I'm thinking of it. I'm just like, God damn, son.
Yeah.
Fuck. But yeah, I want to have that conversation with her, but she's just like, I don't know about Revelation. Look into it, God damn it.
Yeah, I'll read it. I'm gonna read it. I started going through the Bible and then I stopped, but like I said, and then because I was going through the AA book for a while, and
oh, you've missed a lot, Joseph. But yeah, he says the Book of Revelations has been supposedly unfolding for 2,000 years. How long does it take to get it right? How many Maya calendars? Let me ask you a question,
Joseph.
The Joseph Santos over there on YouTube. Let me ask you a question, brother. We disagree on pretty much everything, and I respect the fuck out of you. But if it's 2,000 years to us, as somebody who in 7 days supposedly created heavens and earth, what would 2,000 years be in that blink of an eye?
Yeah.
I mean, and it happens to him. But for us, it plays out forever. But you cannot deny, out of everything the Bible has said about lovers of men, lovers of money, you know, people will worship
Sodom and
themselves.
Gomorrah.
Yes. You cannot deny that it is happening in rapid fucking pace. The Euphrates River just dried the fuck up. The only time in recorded history that this shit has ever happened. And the Bible says it's gonna happen. Come the fuck on, dudes. There is a lot of warning signs in that shit that just... You're atheist. You're fervently atheist. I get it. Dude, if it's got me questioning... Yeah. Come on now. But yeah.
Back
Well,
to
if
Tim.
If you don't know what the numbers mean, why are we trying to use them?
The numbers, time is a man-made thing. You know, it's not a God thing. God, you know, God has his own time.
So
You know,
what? The Mayan calendar stopped in 2012. Guess what? CERN went off in 2012, and we've been fucked up ever since.
We're in the Matrix. I'm telling you.
But yeah.
Y2K fucking happened. We're in the alternate fucking Back to the Future. We're in the alternate 1985, folks. You don't think you don't think? Listen, Y2K happened, and it started with, and then 9/11, and then it's just been a fucking downhill from there.
Look, everybody, all the leftists want to sit there and say that the Republicans want to make the Handmaid's Tale. They want society to be the Handmaid's Tale. Motherfuckers, you are creating the Handmaid's Tale, you goddamn self.
Listen,
you want to sterilize everybody, and the ones that can get pregnant are supposed to be the birthing people.
Hear me out.
What the fuck?
Hear me out. Okay? We do the Handmaid's Tale. Okay? There's more jobs out there created. The women don't have to work. They get to stay home. The men get raises. They go out and work all day. Then they come home, and the women, all they have to do is make us dinner and just give us our sexual needs. That's all they got to do. So there'll be more jobs. There'll be more money out there. And women don't have to work. They don't have to do anything. Just stay home with the kids.
I mean, can we go back to the 1950s? Because a single fucking income supplied a household and everybody was fucking happy.
Listen, how many? You know how many videos I've seen of women saying the feminists fucked it up for them?
Right. But all right, I want to hit
do is
this.
stay home. Good.
D. Joseph Santos says numbers are arbitrated, then you can't say they're part of a prediction. This shouldn't be making sense to you. Let me ask you something. Now, seriously.
Joseph, you just want to be argumentative and you're sounding like a woman.
I mean, yeah. But no. I mean, he does brings up a lot of good points.
He does.
But let me ask you something. If I can do this and everything comes into existence, if I can travel forward in time and backward in time, does time matter to me or does it matter to you? But yeah, let's go ahead and get back into this. Because I don't even... Dude, like, I've been on the... Look, I'm going to be honest. Listen to this, dude. I've been on the verge of fucking tears, laughing with you, talking about... I don't even know what's happening anymore with this stream.
Listen, I told you I don't do serious. I try not to do serious. I always I'll take it serious for like a couple minutes, and then I'm going back to the kid fucking jokes because I don't want to. Because I don't want to. Listen, when I read that NLT where it said Timothy and everything, it almost got me. I felt it. I felt myself tearing up because you felt it. You felt it. It said his name. It said how great. And then him going into that discussion of should I do this? And then it's right there in his son's hands. And his son goes, "Hey, Daddy, it's got your name on it." It's a sign. It's all a fucking sign, and it comes together so perfectly. And this man is probably gonna die in the next couple of years and go up to heaven because he's so good. You know, when you do a good job, they always take you and promote you. That's what's gonna happen. He's gonna get a promotion to heaven, and he's gonna die. Poor guy.
Look, if somebody is actually tried to commit suicide 5 fucking times, and 5 fucking times throughout some kind of really weird coincidence throughout my fucking whatever. Like, I slit my fucking wrist. I bled out. I remember passing the fuck out and then waking up in the hospital for the nurse to say, "I called." No.
You're not a good person.
For me to fucking hang myself, looking up at the clock, remembering the time that I passed out, and 2 minutes and 47 seconds later coming back and still having enough fucking strength to pull myself off that noose? The fuck? For me to put a gun to my fucking head, making sure that the next bullet in that revolver is the one that goes off. I pull that trigger and the hammer somehow kicks fucking sideways and damages the housing around that fucking hammer to where it can never be used again on a Ruger who is not known for doing that shit. I'm here for a fucking reason.
Yeah.
And I still question why. I still question that this shit fucking happens.
Because you haven't fulfilled your destiny. We all have a destiny.
And
We all
what
have
is
a
that?
goal.
I mean, what is that destiny? To sit here and do this shit? Because that'd be fucking awesome.
Once again, no, we don't know, man. We are not the directors of our life.
Women can do math and you're not. They got the edge here.
Yeah, they can add more kids. Shut your face, Santos.
No. You're taking into the account that literally, like, you're going through a human thought process in this. Like I said, if I can travel back and forth through time at will, if I can do anything that I want, if I'm omnipotent as shit, if I can snap my fingers and everything comes into existence, and I can snap my fingers and it's gone, does time matter to me? Fuck no. Time matters to you.
If he's running around like the Flash and not pulling out women's titties, I'm gonna be mad at him.
All right, let's go back.
I'm hearing all of this. I don't follow any particular religion. I do believe in God. And atheists or whatever can call me naive, they can scoff, but I don't know how you hear a story like this, how you watch a film like this, how you hear about the work that you've done, how you see a movement like this and believe that there's not something out there, something more powerful. This I can only describe as, and I'm not,
Yes.
maybe it's not for me to say, but
I can say it.
divine intervention.
I can say it, brother. I mean, all glory to God. I'm hugging the American dream right now as a Mexican filmmaker. 8 years of work, so many obstacles, so many people saying you can't do this is too dangerous. Team telling me, brother, before you guys commit to do this, I need to tell you something. We have a lot of friends, but we have a lot of enemies too, and those enemies will be yours. Are you sure you want to do this? And I closed my eyes for a second. I said, what if this is my son? What if this is my daughter? What if this is my niece, my nephew? What would I do? You know, it was just imagine that. I will stop everything that I'm doing. I will hope that the entire world will stop everything they're doing so they can help me to find my son, my daughter, my niece, my nephew, right? Okay, so that's my motivation. Don't wait until this tragedy happens to you for you to wake up, right? Wake up now, do something, and I can't believe that, you know, Angel Studios is the smallest distribution company in America, right? So after 3 years of everyone passing, like, no, this is not for us. No, this movie is not a business for us. This is not a good business for us. This is not for us. So 3 years of like doors being closed and closed and closed and closed, and you.
Because why would the pedophiles want a movie about pedophiles?
Right. I don't even know why it's coming. It's not coming through in chat here. Like apparently StreamYards is broken, but the Joseph Santos says, "Take Davies drugs and time will never matter again."
I'm not. That's a problem. I'm not on drugs. This is me not drinking. This is me just. This is me.
Imagine him being drunk.
Y'all, dude, it's bad. It's bad. I was just. I went to a bar the other day, and I'm like thinking of how
Y'all
I
think
how
I'm
I
bad.
would, yeah, it would have been bad. But look at it. Look at everything that happened, man. Look what's going on now in Hollywood. They're having a strike now that actors are getting on this SAG thing. Look what's coming out now. You got movies like this coming out. You got people like Tim Pool who's going to start putting out movies. You've got the Daily Wire putting out movies. You've got all
Terror on the Prairie was fucking amazing.
You've got all these people putting out these movies now, and all these people in Hollywood are pissed off and they're on strike because they're not making enough money. And look what's going on. You think that's not divine intervention? You think that's not a plan?
You got Elemental. That was Pixar's latest fucking movie that's pushed out, and then nobody saw that. Literally, I went to watch this movie. Yes, it was one of those matinee fucking middle of the day kind of shit. They played Elemental to a fucking empty theater. And that movie, the sound of that movie was bleeding into this one because this movie ain't all about action and loud noises and explosions and shit. That movie was bleeding out into this one. And the theater we were in a fucking matinee, 3:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday, still half packed.
Hey, the calling guy. No, we're not pedos. So enjoy.
Oh, you can see it?
Yeah. I can see the live chat on Rumble.
No. He's like one of those fucking trolls. He likes.
Oh, I know.
fucking with me.
Listen. I don't. Dude, I was in a live and some troll came in, and boy, it was great. She was a half lesbian, half non-binary, and I did about a half hour.
Wait, what? Hold up.
Yep. And I did a half hour on how confused she was. And she was 19. I'm like, you are just confused. And you know,
Nah, that ain't a fucking sign. We were just sitting here talking about how I need you to kind of go with meeting up with Gothics and talking with her. She just posted on local. She's like, doing a Bible study stream tomorrow. Motherfucker. But yeah, let's keep going a bit.
Yeah. You have two options. Either you give up or you don't give up. We choose the second one. We don't give up. Why? Because it's about saving children. What if this is your son? What happened after? I'm praying for God to send an angel to rescue this film. And I got a phone call from Angel Studios. Hey, we're very interested in your movie. Do you have any other options?
No. I gotta hit this. What do you two losers do for a living? Clearly not this.
I'm a
do your
depender.
jobs at the Wawa pay well?
No, I'm a depender. That's what I do. I get paid to stay home. A depender on the government. Ooh.
I make more money an hour than you have ever reached in your fucking lifetime.
Listen.
Guaranteed that. This household I live in brings over $7,000 a month, and my bills are now, because of Biden, $1,800. Fuck you and everything about you. But I'm done with you because I'm not playing this game with you.
Leave him. I like it.
No, he can stay.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not playing this game tonight.
Why do you call everyone pedos? We don't call everyone pedos. We're just talking about you. You're the one who brought up adrenochrome there, adrenochrome, whatever it's called.
Right.
There, the call-in guy.
You're talking to
Is your
somebody
name-
who makes who thinks Q is a goddamn bullshit motherfucking thing, and you want to bring up that dumb shit?
He's the
Are
call-in.
you fucking retarded?
He's
Yes.
the call-in guy. He probably calls into radio shows and just starts talking about how his wife gets banged by other guys and he's not happy about it.
Like
Or
Adam
he's gotta-
22 and Len of the Plug.
Yeah, and he's got to just watch and cry and masturbate using his tears because he has nothing else to do. He goes to work. He works his 6-figure job. Then he gets to come home, make his wife and her bull a sandwich, and then he gets to watch in the corner as his wife gets railed by another guy. And then she doesn't touch him. She makes him clean up after that guy. So,
Snowball.
You enjoy your life. I'm going to sit here and talk shit and get paid for it. So, and Rich is not paying me for it, but I get paid for it. So, like I said, I'm a depender. I depend on the government. Ooh-hoo-hoo.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
No, you're my only option. Okay, well, let's close the deal. 5 days later, we sign a contract. And, okay, this is 3.5 months ago, right? 3.5 months ago. And then, okay, when are we coming out? July 4th. What? Brother, we don't have like money for publicity or marketing. The biggest films in the world are going to come out July 4th, week before and week after. Mission Impossible, Indiana Jones, competing with the biggest company in the world. They have hundreds of millions of dollars. Are you kidding? Eduardo, it's very important July 4th because
I do want to say this. Now, the call-in guy. Let me ask you something. You found me off the Off-Label podcast here on Rumble. I'm on the Voice of the People channel here on Rumble. Are you fucking stalking me? Or is that Joseph sitting there running his mouth? That's not Joseph, but yeah. This dude is fucking dumb. But yeah. You're fucking literally sitting there trying. You spent your waking fucking moments coming in here into chats to try and talk shit. Like making these stupid ass childish fucking comments. Like fucking kindergarten playground sandbox fucking comments. And I fucking smacked you around every time I've come across you. How pathetic is your fucking life? Oh, you got 8 viewers. How the fuck?
I found it. I found a picture of his wife.
Obviously, you missed the fact that at one point in time, while I was going through the January 6th shit, where I had 42 watching, but I don't give a shit about you. I don't give a shit what you think. And I damn sure don't give a shit what anybody else out there thinks. I'm going to say what I want to say. I'm going to say how I fucking feel. And if you don't like it, you can suck my fucking dick while you spread your asshole for Mandingo.
I found his wife.
What is it? Send it.
I put it in the, just share the screen. I found your wife, calling guy. There she is.
He's waiting for his turn with Lena the plug.
It's Independence Day. Freedom. We need to shake the conscience of America.
Joseph's like,
Because,
no,
yes,
I'm harassing
let's
you from
celebrate-
here.
Let's celebrate freedom in one hand, but let's do something else so we can bring freedom back to those children that are not free, brother. Let's do something.
Joseph, I love you,
never
brother.
thought that July 4th, Sound of Freedom was #1 movie in America. This is a miracle. All glory to God.
People like to make jokes that we live in a simulation.
Yeah.
And it's because reality seems to be too absurd. We've had so many weird goings on in politics of President Donald Trump. And so you'll see many of these individuals who are secular or atheists tweet things like, I hope the writers of this season, do X, Y, or Z, as if to imply there is someone with greater power over us that they're starting to believe. Yet I always find it funny that they could entertain such an idea without realizing, like, you're literally talking about divine purpose or God. I bring that up because seeing the movie, hearing the stories, it feels like I mentioned the Timoteo necklace thing. I'm like, that was masterful writing. I wish it was real. Well, it was real. And then you start to realize that some things in life are so miraculous that you would assume it was written to be a story, that it never could really happen, but these things do happen.
Yes.
When that kid, when you told the story of the little kid saying, I don't belong here, no 5-year-old should say that. My thought was, why would a 5-year-old say that? Unless what was happening was so out of alignment with the law of nature, whatever you want to call it, with God's plan or whatever, that there was direct intervention to correct this evil and set it right.
Yep.
Absolutely. And little did I know, like when you get into the Columbia scene, and I remember being in Columbia, and I'm meeting these guys, and this is after I've left.
I remember being in Colombia, and I smelled a lot of white stuff there.
Big operations. And I remember thinking, man, like no.
Wait. You were in. Maybe this motherfucker dropped the shit off in the White House.
He went to the White House and dropped it there.
I still think it was Michael Jackson's ghost because they didn't find any fucking fingerprints. So apparently they had to be wearing gloves.
You want some of this? I got this for you, baby.
No,
I'm telling you,
I don't.
Somebody said it was Kamala and Hunter together while he was giving the old Montel, this is how we do it.
I'm going to go ahead and say it was the exact opposite because you seen the turkey neck on Kamala Harris and how she got into office. That's all I got to say.
What's the opposite, Joe and the husband?
No, Kamala was fucking balls deep fucking sucking this dude off.
Listen.
You heard about the story with Willie Brown, right?
Listen, homeboy Hunter is named properly. That man has a shotgun in his pants, okay? I seen it. So she was probably doing a line or two off of it and then made her mouth a nummy.
The whole fucking throat.
Her whole fucking esophagus.
Because apparently she was going fucking balls deep with Willie Brown before she even made it into fucking office.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
that's why that neck is fucking looking like it could grow a fucking mile before literally looking like a regular neck.
Or it could be, have been Jill and the husband. We all saw them make out during the fucking the State of the Union address. He was like, yeah,
Look,
give me some
space is a huge place, okay? You astronauts need to know that space is a huge place.
AI stands for artificial intelligence. Did you know that? Did you know artificial intelligence is a bunch of robots who talk to each other and they're artificially intelligent? But but when we go and we put things into the robots that are artificially intelligent, then they become artificial intelligence.
God damn. That is our fucking vice president, ladies and gentlemen.
But Trump was dumb, right? But Trump was dumb, right?
Look, when Trump said he loves the uneducated, he wasn't talking about people like me and you. He was talking about every single other motherfucker out there. God damn. Y'all motherfuckers don't pay attention to shit.
Listen,
But yeah.
and because you go on this roller coaster of being black-pilled, and you're like, yeah, I
Hold
see
on.
everything, and then now you get to the top, and you're like, I see everything. Oh, this is not fun. And then you take a fucking a radio flyer down, and you're like, just turn it. Just turn the wheel on the radio flyer, and I'm just gonna go head first. Come on, please.
When he said he loved the uneducated, he was especially talking to the Colin guy. That's who the fuck he was talking about. But yeah, let's keep going.
No one believes me. Like I go home and tell them my family and friends. I have a very small audience at this time, right? This isn't real. Like
Kamala
11-year-old
Harris
kids, people
looks
wanna
like
have
a
sex with 11-year-old,
Charleston
come on.
Harris.
And I remember thinking, I was going through a whole island scene, and you see the whole Columbia scene. Most of the movie is filmed on location, by the way, where these things happened, including the van scene with the kid at the port of entry. They filmed it. Homeland Security gave us permission to film right in the very place where it happened. That's why I can't watch the film. It's too much for me. But I remember thinking, I wish I had cameras in my eyes. I remember having that thought, and that millions of people could watch what I'm seeing because they don't believe it. And so who would have thought, like I said, another miracle, that like 8-9 years later, literally millions of people would see it through my eyes because of this guy.
Thanks be to God, man. And to you for your sacrifice, Tim. And because if you meeting a hero, a true hero, it changed your life.
No, but here's the thing is I'm not that, because I love history. Okay. We had slavery in this country at a time. Horrific. Nothing worse than the transatlantic slave trade. How did it end? We can rescue 100,000, whatever, just like Harriet Tubman, who's my hero of all time. But who ended it? And it wasn't even Lincoln. When Lincoln met Harriet Beecher Stowe, who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin, for the first time in the middle of the Civil War, he said to her, so you're the little lady that wrote the big book that started this war.
Wow.
What he was saying was, because he, at that point in 1862, he had changed the purpose of the Civil War to just bringing the Union back to, no, we're gonna use this to liberate the captive. And it was Harriet Beecher Stowe, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, all the great abolitionists. They changed it. They converted him to the true cause. And so I'm so tired of you calling me like a hero or whatever, because like what's going to end this thing is you and you and you. Like the storytellers are going to end this. I can't do it. The storytellers change culture. And look at the screen. It's $53 million in 10 days. 5 million people in 10 days. Like, this could change history.
Yeah.
This could change.
What it cost? $12 million to make?
Wait, what?
Didn't it cost like $12 million to make? That's it?
14.5.
$14.5 million to make. And there are 53 already. That's like what Kevin Smith did with Clerks. I think he maxed out everything and made that movie, and then dude, this is insane. This is awesome. This is fucking awesome. This should tell you that if you have a dream and you want to do something with your life, just fucking do it, because you never know. You never fucking know what's gonna hit and when it's gonna hit.
Well, considering this movie was made in 2018, and then Disney brought it up and shelved it for this fucking long.
Before inflation, by the way.
Yeah. So probably adjusting for inflation, 14.5, let's double that, 30 million.
30 million. That's just on gas. But see, and you know what?
No. Even if you don't care about anything about this, motherfuckers just go watch this movie and look at the conditions of everything that this movie was filmed in other than the United States. This was filmed in Honduras. This was filmed all across the fucking world. And realize, even in the fucking ghettos, the worst of the ghettos, you're still fucking privileged just from the fact that you have running water.
Mm-hmm. This is the fact that you have every poor person here has a fucking cell phone.
Obama phones. But seriously, with this whole fucking movie, even in this dude in the first fucking opening scene of this, like, he's a fucking welder in Honduras. He's making damn good money. And he's living like worse than most people out there. He's living worse than most people in the fucking ghettos. Is he living worse than the homeless? No. But we've already established the fact that the homeless are homeless because they want to be. Look at fucking San Francisco, bitches. Snap crap is a fucking thing. They want to shit in the streets. They want to be homeless. I pulled my fucking bootstraps up. I put my fucking shit on. I was working 2 fucking jobs to pull myself out of a hole that I created. If I can do it, you can too. Maybe not in this economy because of the way you fucking voted, because Orange Man bad, mean tweets, and now look at us. Maybe not right now. You might not be able to do that, but go fuck yourself. That was your fucking reason. And I hate that fucking orange son of a bitch. I will always speak against that orange son of a bitch for the narcissistic piece of shit he was. But goddamn, we were sitting fucking pretty. But yeah.
More movies, more culture building, more change.
You know,
like this is beyond just this one story. One of the reasons I'm so adamant about telling people to go see this is that Hollywood is some dark stuff, man. We've seen.
Wait.
Are you looking
fucking?
at
Hold on. No.
Don't even pay attention to them. He left because we stopped talking about him.
I'm talking about the YouTube chat right here.
Oh. I can't
fucking Joe. No. Hold on. I think this is the first time in history me and Joseph have actually agreed on something. A homeless lady spent 18 months by the shopping center nearby. About 2 months in, she had a solar charger that she didn't have before. She stayed fat all 18 months. Tell me how that is fucking possible. Yeah, y'all don't understand. But yeah, let's keep going.
Seen these actors come out and talk about what happened to them in Hollywood. There have been some recent stories of celebrities when they were kids, how they were abused and exploited. That's an evil place. And not everybody there, I know. I know people who work there, but there's got to be a way that we can build something else. And this is a path towards that as well. I wanted to add, though, I'll say a couple things. In the beginning of the film, Jim Caviezel and you, obviously, in real life,
By the way,
to watch these videos. I don't know how you do it. I
What else did Jim Caviezel star in?
A lot of shit.
Passion of the
But
Christ.
everybody wants to try to own him because of Passion of the Christ.
He was in Passion of the Christ, and now this, and Passion of the Christ was
Dude,
huge.
Passion of the Christ. Look, if you take everything into account, Passion of the Christ literally wrapped up filming, and then he wound up in this shit because this shit was 5 fucking years ago.
No, Passion of the Christ was like 2001. That was a long time ago.
How many other motherfuckers, unless you're just like a big star like Robert Downey Jr., which Jim Caviezel's not on that, how many other motherfuckers wind up in movie after movie after movie? Like you're shooting one, you wrap up one, and you're automatically right there, and the next day into another? No, absolutely not. This motherfucker went from movie after movie, and there were some things in between that he actually starred in between this movie and Passion of the Christ. This dude, Jim Caviezel, actually did some good shit, and he's a great fucking actor. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Everybody gives him shit, but he's good.
He likes to make you cry.
Is he Robert Downey Jr. good? Fuck no.
Listen.
But yeah.
No, there's not a lot of people who could be fucking Robert Downey Jr., okay?
There's not a lot of people who could pull off blackface. 10 years later, everybody fucking wants to come after his ass. And he's just like, fuck. And then walks away scot fucking clean. Dude, not a lot of people can do that shit.
Have you seen on Twitter they're going after Ralphie May for making trans jokes 20 years ago? I'm like, bro, the dude is dead and you're getting mad at a dead guy. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because they took down all those statues because they were mad at dead guys. Like, the left gets mad at dead people because they're easy targets. It's like, come on. Ralphie May is fucking dead, and you're getting mad because he made a joke 20 years ago about trans people. And he said, I don't have a problem with them. I just don't want... They took the flag. Rainbows are nice. I'm taking the flag back, by the way. I'm taking the rainbow flag back, and I'm gonna write God's promise on it, and I'm gonna fly it. I'm gonna fly it because it was God's promise.
Make it the fucking transgender flag, because the transgender flag is missing one color in that. Make it that and say God's promise. Number one, because every single person is gonna be like, oh, because you put God in it, we understand what that is. The fucking rainbow was God's promise that he'll never fucking flood the planet again.
Yep.
And somehow that was turned into chop your dick and balls off because we say so.
Dude, I just, once
Ralphie
again.
May is immortal.
Well, he's going to take a long time to decompose. Well, I can give him that.
The calling guy. Later, losers. You two gay lovers still on? Fuck you, dude.
Wait, did he come back?
Yes.
Did he come...
Yes, because he's got nothing better to do with his life than to come in here and start trying to fuck around. He's got nothing better in life.
Dude, he's just talking to himself in the chat. I stopped looking over. He said, later, losers. I was going to say, this is not American Airlines. You don't need to announce your departure. And he came back. Oh, you're a sorry excuse for a man. And I said a man. You're a... Oh, I don't want to get you banned.
I don't give a fuck. You know I don't give a fuck about this channel. I'm already shadow banned as fuck on YouTube. You know I don't give a fuck.
Listen, I had a great day watching guys fuck your wife. I mean, dude, it is what it is. I mean, you can... butterflies in the sky. I can get twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Your wife is fucking every other guy. Hey, by the way, he said Lincoln Tech. I think that's where he works, and he brings his wife so everybody can get a turn.
But yeah, let's keep going.
That scene where the other agent says, I don't think I can do this. I'm thinking to myself, how is a job like this possible? Because, spoilers, I know I warned you. In the film, I don't know how true to life the direct lines are or whatever, but your character, you go to this pedophile and you say that in watching these films, you can't help but be attracted to it. And I'm watching this thinking like I don't see that as being a physical, mental possibility for me. I imagine that if I was in a circumstance, I'd quit on the spot. The moment anyone tried to bring anything up, I'd punch the monitor. And I got to be completely honest. Watching this film, I'm in the middle of it, and I'm thinking, am I wrong about the death penalty? That's how seriously I was moved by this. I'm very anti-death penalty, but seeing
yes, you were wrong about the
this
death
message
penalty.
made me really just start to think about what the founding fathers meant, how they went through this, what does it really mean? And it really challenged my moral views on how we deal with crimes like this. That's how I'll phrase it. And ultimately, I would say I'm still very much opposed to the death penalty. But when you watch this,
it challenged you.
It challenged me. Like
it challenged
these. No. Hold up. Okay, so for anybody that doesn't understand, Tim is highly opposed to the fucking death penalty in any of this shit. But it doesn't matter to him. People should fucking no, motherfucker. They should not. I'm sorry. You got people who are functionally retarded, like the Colin guy here, who shouldn't fucking exist in society. You got people who are dragging down society because, I mean, I fuck around with the news break app in my phone because I love trolling. It's a fucking thing. I'm an asshole. I'm going to do asshole fucking things. And every fucking single time, it always winds up in one of two arguments, which it comes down to the fact that I own the fuck out of them, and they sit there and say, they bring up, a whole bunch of myriad of things to try to bring it back to the I know you are, but what am I fucking argument? Or I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. You motherfuckers ain't got nothing more to come back with than that shit.
Isn't that what the calling guy said?
Case in point.
I'm not a pedo. You're a pedo. I'm not. I don't drink adrenochrome. You drink adrenochrome. You're ignorant.
That's the left's argument in every fucking thing. That's the left's argument with everything now. It's, well, because you're opposed to something, you must secretly want it. That's every fucking thing they say now. They got nothing fucking left than that playground fucking sandbox. I know you are, but what am I bullshit?
But no, but it's been replaced by you're a bigot, you're a racist, you're a transphobe. That's what it is. Because once they start losing the argument and you can't and they can't win, or they know they've lost, it goes back to, well, you're a transphobe, you're a bigot, and they always have to have friends in there with them. They always have to have a bunch of people.
Time.
They can't just do one-on-ones, because you know why? They will never, like, I'm surprised Tim gets these people in to talk to him, which I'm so glad that he does. Like Emma Vingelin, whatever her name was.
Vigelin?
Yeah. Like, that's what happened. They exposed the friend. They are actually bots. Yeah. Do you know why AI has been created? So people like the calling guy have somebody who'll answer them.
No.
That's
Hold
why.
Hold on. Ellie, you have no idea how correct you fucking are. You really fucking don't. Me and Davey have gone down the fucking TikTok fucking deep hole with this shit. I have fucking evidence. We have people still on the inside where they have a Discord where these motherfuckers have said, I got 50 fucking accounts. Let's go mass fucking spamming.
Mm-hmm. Dude,
Obi-Wan Kenobi has 500 accounts to himself. His wife has 300 accounts to herself. And I even fucking showed it. I did a video bouncing off of Obi-Wan Kenobi. This motherfucker goes in and reports. 2 days
said boobs
later.
wrong, Ellie.
Nah. 2 days later, the video comes back. Within 2 minutes of it coming back, that video that got maybe 12 fucking views before it was flagged, all of a sudden blowed up to thousands of fucking views, and every single one of them within 2 minutes came from Obi-Wan Kenobi's fucking side.
Yeah.
He was at home, sitting there on his fucking couch, saw it come through, and immediately went through damn near every single fucking one of his accounts, fucking downplaying all the shit immediately. And there's no way in fuck that could have gone back into rotation.
Well, I mean, I have a video that I was sent. I can't do Twitch. I can barely do this. Well, you sound like the calling guy when he talks to his wife. I can barely do this. Anyway, he points at her vagina or her penis. I don't know which one. Anyway, I have a video.
His bonus hole.
Dude, it's gotten so weird on that app. You are not allowed to talk about trans issues if a trans person is not in there, in the live. And if there's no trans person in the live, you have to go find a trans person to talk to this person about these trans issues. And then if you can't find a trans person, they don't want you talking about these issues. Even if if the topic is being black in America and somebody brings up a trans, while you're talking about being black, you have to go and get a black trans person. It's like, what the fuck are you got? What kind of mental, I keep saying this. I want to know what kind of stretches you need to do for the mental gymnastics that you have to do for all of this stuff to go into your head. Like, I was flabbergasted, and it's just you can't talk about this topic because you don't know about it. And it's like, well, what if somebody comes in and we start talking about it? Well, you bigot. How am I a bigot? I just asked you a question.
Meanwhile, you got people like Nominal Naomi out there who's like, oh, I'm a biologist. I got all this and I got all that. Meanwhile, this motherfucker took hormones.
Bro.
Supposedly took hormones to fucking lactate and maybe facing federal charges if anything happens to that child because supposedly they fed a child that is not theirs the milk that they were lactating from. And TikTok says you must go out and search out for these fucking... God damn.
Pause. You know you're not allowed to do drugs or drink alcohol while you're pregnant because the milk will the whatever it is you eat or drink will absorb into the milk and the baby will get it.
Anything a woman does.
Now, you are pumping yourself with all kinds of drugs and you go, look, I got titty milk coming out. What's in that titty milk?
Everything that you've ever fucking done.
Mm-hmm. All those drugs that you have to pump into yourself to make you that titty milk is now in that baby.
I don't even know what to fucking think anymore, dude. I really don't. Like, y'all want to ban TikTok. Look, I'm on the fence about that shit because
I don't want to ban it. I don't want to
real
ban it.
information comes out from that shit. Like,
But
we
I don't
would
wanna ban it
never
'cause-
known about East Palestine had that shit not been a fucking thing. Never known about East Palestine had that not been a fucking thing. Never known about all the other spills that have happened. Never known about all the other fucking food plants around the fucking world that have burned down. Never known that, what was it? Switzerland. I think it was Switzerland that was saying, hey, we need to burn our fucking crops to save climate change. Somehow that's a fucking thing. Like burning fucking carbon in the air is somehow gonna stop carbon from being in the air. You dumb, retarded assholes. We never would have known about this had TikTok never been a fucking thing.
The dude's meth and peyote are in the milk. Fucking Joe. It's
I'll just call it Ablesoft. What? Hold on. What the fuck? The correct spelling is Hooters, bro. Oh, titty Skittles. Yeah.
Oh man. It's so crazy. Once again,
We're not gonna
it's
get through this whole fucking thing,
no.
Tim.
You knew this was gonna happen. You invited me. I told you
yes.
I was coming out here, but it's come to like the point where it's just mental illness, and well, like you said, open the asylums back up because this mental illness is not going to go away. I mean, once again, if you're a man who thinks who wants to be feminine and have sex with other men, you're just gay. What do you need all this surgery for? If you like, because a lot of them don't even say, I feel like a woman. They say, I feel like a trans woman. And it's like, oy vey, why would you feel like a trans woman and not a woman? You know, it's like, how do you feel like a woman? I just feel like a woman. So you want to feel your own tits? Is that what it is? Your own vagina? I mean, listen, I'm jealous of women too, because once I'm done, I'm done. Women could just keep going like a fucking Roomba, okay? That they could just...
Well, I will say this. To the whole open the asylums thing, all right, so everybody was to say, oh, insane asylums, they did a lot of harm. Motherfuckers, we wouldn't have cornflakes without them. Think of that shit. Number one. Number two, compared to the mass chaos we've been seeing now, a few people have some weird shit, some inhuman shit happen to them. Meanwhile, you got a fucking country that wants to chop their dick and balls off to say they're a fucking woman. Would you have a few people do that shit just because medical science or whatever the fuck? Or would you have society do that? Open up the mental institutions. Let's put these motherfuckers back the fuck in, and whatever happens, happens.
Dude, I had a friend that went through the state police
We found
academy.
out a lot of shit because of fucking mental institutions. Don't play like they're a bad fucking thing. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. I had a buddy that was going through the state police academy, right? And he came home and his knee was inflamed. So he took his brother's anti-inflammatory. Problem is, used to call menstruation a mental illness called hysteria. I wish I was. No, you're not. You're not. It's yeah. Once again, people. There was a time the wheel didn't exist, Ellie. Okay, we have to just go through things. But like I was saying, my buddy came home. His knee was inflated, and he took his brother's ibuprofen 800 or whatever. He went back, and they asked him about it, and he was honest. He said, "Yeah, I took my brother's." They kicked him out after he was 2 weeks from graduating. They kicked him out. So you're gonna tell me that we're supposed to depend on our freedom on somebody who, in the middle of fighting with somebody, decides that they have to time out and take their hormone injections? Is that where we are?
Yes, that is exactly where the fuck we are.
Excuse me, time, guys. I gotta take my injections. I gotta time out.
My transplanted uterus is fighting with my body. My body is rejecting it because it doesn't fucking belong there.
Guys, I really want this abortion. Please stop shooting at me.
Please hit my gut.
What? Listen, why do you think these countries haven't invaded? Like, it used to be the countries didn't invade because of guns. Now they don't want to invade because we look just silly. We look silly, and they don't want their kids being injected with any of this stuff.
No,
Remember?
dude, no. Hold on. This is actually something that's really fucking crossed my mind, and I saw this video. I think it was.
Want to take Tim off the screen for now.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. But no, I saw this. It was from Decoy Voice. He was talking about how there's massive influx of South Africans that have crossed other borders across the world, and I'm sitting there thinking,
Ellie.
hold up.
No, I was just telling Ellie she was right in what she said. Sorry.
No, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, hold on. South Africa is part of the BRICS nation, right?
Yeah. That's the answer.
Okay. What fucking kind of immigrants have we seen come across our southern border? Because they're not Mexican. They're not Hondurans. They're not the people that they say they are. They're BRICS nation motherfuckers. They're Chinese. They're Russian. They're everything from these BRICS nations that are joining, flooding our fucking southern border. Apparently, they're doing that across the world as well.
Mm-hmm. It's Red Dawn from the inside.
Hold the fuck up.
It's Red Dawn from the inside.
These motherfuckers ain't parachuting through the fucking sky. They're walking across our border.
Yep. Yeah. Yes, they are. And you don't think that they're backing all this transgender stuff and everything like that? Of course they are. They're watching us implode from the inside. They're giving money to these people like, no, yeah, keep doing that. Yeah, no, keep doing that. Keep ruining your economy.
The nations are doing that. Fuck yeah, they're doing that. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, the BRICS nations has just formed their own gold-backed currency. And that will displace the U.S. dollar because we ain't got shit. Our U.S. dollar is literally backed by petrol. Guess who's owning that fucking market now?
Well, I mean, according to this movie, it's backed by pedos, not petrol.
It ain't the U.S. dollar that's backing petrol now. What do we have to stand on? Now, there was, God, I don't remember what live it was or something like that, where they asked, with all this going on and everything, what does the U.S. economy have to trade for oil? And they said, nothing. No, you were completely fucking wrong. What do we have to trade for oil? Military technology. What keeps us the dominant superpower in the fucking world? It damn sure ain't the numbers. Military technology. I mean, what else do you want to know with that? We give away our secrets that make us a dominant power in the super world, or a dominant superpower in the world to keep us on top.
I got a question.
Because we spend 65 million fucking plus barrels a day of oil in this country.
I got a question. What did Joe Biden leave in Afghanistan?
Yep. And motherfuckers don't believe that shit.
No, not only that, they believed the lie that they were like, they'll never get it up or running. And then there was a parade. And then they fucking had a parade with all our equipment just driving back and forth. Like, they said we'd never get it working, huh? I got cousins that work in gas stations in America. Fuck them.
Meanwhile, all they had to do was turn a fucking key. No shit. Because everything was up and running. There was no destruction that ever fucking happened. We had ballots of cash sitting over there in Afghanistan that we gave the fuck. Why was there pallets of cash sitting over there?
Listen.
That blows my fucking mind.
But the Orange Man gave them 5,000 people back. So Orange Man bad because he gave them 5,000 people back.
Meanwhile, Joe Biden gives the fucking Lord of War for Brittany Garner. Goddamn, dude.
I told you, being at the top of the mountain sucks because you can see everything. You can see everything. You're just like, oh, what the fuck is all this? Why, what's going on here? What is going on here? What are we doing here? And then you're just looking at the people at the bottom of the mountain going, yay, yay, we're the great, we're awesome. Take my penis, put a penis on me, yay, put a penis, take it off, yay.
Cut that son of a bitch off because the patriarchy that I fucking created.
And you're at the top of the mountain watching everybody with their tanks that we gave them come this way. And we're just like, come on in.
Dude, I love it when you actually get somebody to read beyond a fucking headline in an article. Like, no, we're doing this. No, we're not. Here's a fucking article that says that. They read beyond that. They read your fucking point that you're trying to make. And then they read a little bit more. And then they're like, well, because this article says this didn't happen. You stupid son of a bitch. How many fucking times in your life has your media lied to you? By the way, they told you Russiagate was a fucking thing and then laughed in your fucking face because you still fucking believe it. They told you
Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. Meanwhile, and then they told you the FBI, 50 people and the FBI told them that it told the world that it was Russian disinformation and there's no such thing as a laptop. Meanwhile, the laptop is sitting at the FBI.
Since 2019, before any of that shit kicked the fuck off, they knew it existed. They went to Twitter, they went to YouTube, they went to Facebook and said, this shit's gonna fucking happen. Watch out for that, because that is Russian disinformation. What? And you still believe their bullshit because they write 2 sentences in an article?
Bro, listen. So you know that article about the 30% only getting to the front lines in Ukraine?
Oh.
Wait. They did a correction. they corrected it. They said, well, you know, I forget, because I was looking it up the other day again, because I said that, and I was talking on live about it. And
Hold on. This is fucking perfect. Joseph Santos, I still don't know anything about Hunter's laptop. Dude! No! Look, I love you, brother. But goddamn, everything that we've been talking about for 2 fucking years goes back to that laptop. The Russian disinformation shit, the fucking Chinese money that Biden has been getting, everything goes back to that laptop. So how can you sit here and argue with me about that shit if you don't know where it comes from?
You know, somebody had the gall to tell me that it didn't matter that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden shared a bank account. And I'm going,
They shared a fucking cell phone together. Everything goes so goddamn deep. These motherfuckers were making money hand over fist. Selling. This motherfucker had 1,850 fucking boxes of documents as a senator and a VP. Meanwhile, Trump gets indicted. You want him to go to jail because he has 12 fucking documents sitting in Mar-a-Lago that the FBI locked up, said it was okay, and then came back months later to raid his house?
by the way,
what the fuck?
I heard that when he had them there, that's where the FBI told him to leave them and not to take them out of where he had them.
They fucking locked it up. They put that padlock that they broke off. They put it there. They put it there. Trump said, okay, y'all take it. They're like, no, we're going to leave it here, but you need to lock it up. Trump says, okay, how about you lock it up? The motherfuckers put the padlock on themselves and then months later raided Mar-a-Lago because they knew it was fucking there in the first goddamn place. Stop playing these fucking games, dude. God damn. Meanwhile, fucking Obama had 30,000 documents that he took, was supposed to digitize, never did, and nobody says shit. This motherfucker bombed U.S. fucking citizens because they were supposedly the same bloodline of a supposed fucking terrorist. This motherfucker dropped enough bombs to equate to 21 every 20 fucking minutes of his presidency. But yet, 9 months into his presidency, he gets a Nobel Peace Prize. The fuck? Y'all want to sit there and talk about, oh, well, Melania Trump, she was a Russian fucking mail order bride. Fucking Clinton got a blowjob in the Oval Office and nobody gave a fuck.
Yeah, and he did some stuff with cigars, too.
I mean, he had to pay thousands of dollars to get it fucking dry cleaned, that fucking dress shit. To get it dry cleaned because there was cum stains all over the fucking place on it. Nobody gave a shit then, but because Melania is somehow some kind of Russian bride, we're supposed to care then? What the fuck, man?
Listen, this is why I said the cocaine in the White House is not the biggest problem. It's not the worst thing that's ever happened in the White House. You got the Kennedys who were fucking had a girl on a spittoon sharing people. There's a book by this girl. What's her face? Mimi Beardsley, who talks about how Kennedy was in the pool or she was in the pool with Kennedy, and Kennedy's like, "Hey, go take care of my friend David over there." Like,
meanwhile, Kennedy was fucking. What was it, Marilyn Monroe? Kennedy was fucking Marilyn Monroe in the fucking White House. Nobody gave a shit then, but somehow it's.
Why do you think Joe DiMaggio gave her
abhorrent that he had 3 fucking wives?
Why do you think Joe DiMaggio was giving her a wallop every night? Now batting Joe DiMaggio.
I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to go off on you, Joseph, but dude, come on, man. Come on. You cannot deny this shit anymore.
I think he was being facetious. Every time I do that, I think of Joe. I think he's just being facetious. Hey, have you seen my granddaughter? She's hot, isn't she?
Ellie said, my God, I appreciate the pop off. No, but I mean, seriously,
Yes,
we've
you can
gone
buy
way
one.
off the fucking rails. There's no point in even trying to go back to this video because we can't pull any of this shit back. Like, I don't understand. I really don't understand. Like, okay, my eyes were opened in 2017 by my own fucking volition. I fucking always hated Trump. I will continue to hate that narcissistic piece of fucking shit.
Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay. But my ass sat there in 2017 because I was working 12 hours a day, 12, 14 hours a day, 7 days a fucking week. I was just like, fuck it. I'm going to take a day off. I called out of fucking work. I was sitting there flipping through the channels, being bored as fuck because I lived alone at the time. Bored as fuck. And I saw Trump and I was just like, man, everybody's talking shit about this dude. Let's just see. I listened to the speech. I listened to it twice. I watched it again. And all I heard was, everybody loves me. I'm great. Look at what I've done. Okay. Narcissistic shit. Get you. Cool. And the next day I go to work. Come back. I turn on the fucking news. Well, Trump said this. No. No, we didn't. I sat there and listened to it. No, he didn't. Oh, he's such a piece of shit. He said this. No, the fuck he didn't. And I'm going to be honest with you. That's when I started seeing the jump cuts in what they were doing. That's when I started seeing those flashes that come on screen with what they're doing. They're cutting it up. They're making it to prove their point. But they're leaving a lot of shit out. The whole fucking thing behind, what was it? The good people on both sides kind of comment. Not too long after he made that claim, he sits there and says, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis or white supremacists because they should be condemned totally. There is a fucking video on YouTube that is almost 20 fucking minutes long of this son of a bitch condemning neo-Nazis and white supremacists, but somehow he's a fucking neo-Nazi. I'm done. I'm fucking done with all of you stupid ass motherfuckers. If I can see this shit, who didn't pay attention until I started noticing the media fucks around, started noticing every bit of it. Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, they all fucking lie to you. Tucker Carlson was fired because of the January 6th shit. Because he was breaking that fucking narrative. That motherfucker was fired because of that. If you cannot see that our news media is only propaganda and the real truth is shit like this that you are watching now, for people like me who really don't know what the fuck's going on anymore, like I ever knew in the first fucking place, to come out and say these fucking things, and I can bring fucking receipts for every fucking thing. If I can do it, why the fuck can't you? But go ahead. I know you want to say something, Davey. I interrupted you in that little fucking rant. Go ahead.
I don't even remember. My wife got home, so I went to go get a kiss.
Oh.
she was hey, my cat got in here. I hate when he gets in here.
But yeah, it's just I don't fucking understand people anymore, man. And the only thing I can think of to at least bring it home for everybody to understand is the George Carlin quote, where he said, favorite. Think of the stupidest person you know and realize half the population is stupider than that. Damn, I know some dumb motherfuckers. And if half the population is stupider than those, these motherfuckers don't even know what soap is. Y'all ain't washing your fucking ass? Oh my God.
Go grab my helmet, Joe. Talking about one of my
I gotta
pets.
piss. I'll be right back.
It's my turn. I'm gonna go on that epic. Where's the cat? Hey, buddy. Now the cat wants to get out. Listen. Wife stream. Nah, she doesn't want to be on stream. She hates stream. She hates streaming, so she'll never be on it. And Joe, fuck you. I don't know. I like wearing a jacket because I feel professional with this, you know, and I just this was $5 at the local pawn shop or whatever. It was not pawn shop, whatever, thrift store. We don't have thrift stores in the back east, okay? We don't. So I'm now fascinated with thrift stores, and I go try to find cool stuff like this. And listen, did you not see Kanye's new apparel? Kanye is now putting shoulder pads in shirts, okay? Kanye just wants to put shoulder pads in his regular Nike. What are you doing? Get out of there. In his regular Nike shirts, okay? So leave my pads alone. At least I'm not trying to put a pad in my pants with my penis is and saying it's bleeding like a vagina.
No, you would have to shove fucking V8 popsicle sticks up your ass. Like, I'm
in the
serious,
bonus hole?
That's a fucking thing.
In the bonus hole. I cannot believe someone called a vagina a bonus hole.
Now, I can believe it.
But
I can believe it because, hold on, the whole thing is trans women are women. Men that want to pretend to be women are women. Okay, cool. Meanwhile, biological women are birthing people. You were fighting the patriarchy, right? Men are oppressing you. Meanwhile, you got men acting as women who are fucking owning you in every goddamn thing, and you fucking praise it. Who was that? Goddamn. Barry fucking, I want to say Barry Manilow, but that's not a thing. The bitch that sat there and fucking got on her knees to Dylan Mulvaney.
Drew Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore, yes. You motherfuckers are propping up the same goddamn shit you said you were fighting. And then you want to bring it to Handmaid's Tale? Fuck you. You created it.
Have you seen what John Hopkins now classifies as a lesbian?
Yes.
A non-man who is attracted to non-men.
But what is a man?
Apparently it's not a fucking woman.
Hold on, that needs to be the question now. We've gone through what is a woman. What is a man?
Apparently it's
If it's
somebody
not-
with facial hair and
I want to call something out, but I'm not gonna.
It's a person with really weird facial hair. We used to put those people in circuses, and they used to travel around, and we used to point and laugh, and then they made money off of us for pointing and laughing.
So the bearded woman is a man?
Yes, apparently.
God.
So you can have a vagina and now be called a man. I just don't. We live in a society where people are just so fucking confused. They have no idea.
This shit's gonna bring out the Joker laugh in me real quick.
And then did you see the article where the people got mad that this I guess like this congressman in like I forget what state decided he was going to identify as a black female lesbian.
Yes.
He was like a 70-year-old man, 70-year-old white man with a gray beard, and he was going to identify as a black lesbian. And they got mad at him. Mind you, they also got mad at one of the shooters a couple last year or the year before. Was it the Buffalo shooter or something like that? Who identified as non-binary. And then they had a trans person go on to CNN and say he's not really non-binary.
And we still don't have the Trenifesto from fucking Nashville.
Yeah, I'm. I'm still asking the question: what kind of stretches? bro.
Apparently, giggles. That's what we're doing now. But no, it's just like you can call me whatever the fuck you want now. Like, you've played out that fucking, you've played this shit. You've played it so much that nobody cares. Nobody cares about racist. Nobody cares about sexist. Nobody cares about ageist. Like, that was trying to be a thing not too long ago. Nobody cares about homophobe. Nobody cares about transphobe, because everything is whatever the fuck you want it to be if it disagrees with you. Meanwhile,
or when you're losing an argument.
Right. Meanwhile, the entire fucking time we're telling you every goddamn bit of truth, and you're still calling us this. And the people, I mean, Jesus Christ, Anna Kasparian is starting to walk the fuck away from you motherfuckers.
Dude, so I brought it up, right? I brought it up on the podcast, Business Party Podcast. And I told, enjoy. I told my cat just fucked all. He's like, fuck you shit. I'm just going over there. So I go to Biz. I go, listen.
Joseph Santos says apparently John Hopkins ain't a man.
Yeah, probably no. He's dead. He can identify whatever he wants. Worm food. So I told, because she was on some show and she was talking about how, you know, she was assaulted by two people and everybody automatically went to black. Everybody automatically went to black. And she was on the show and she was talking about how it wasn't. It was two white guys, two homeless white guys that started dry humping her and attacking her and stuff like that. But everybody thought they were two black dudes and whatever. But I said I go, yeah, you know, Anna Kasparian is getting a little good looking, you know. She was all right. She looked like Jersey Shore trash before, and now she's kind of like moving up the little thing. So, but wait, so
the nose still fucks me up every time I look at her. I go right into the fucking nose holes, and they're just like off center and fucking crooked. I'm just like, that's the only thing I can focus on. Still to this day, I don't give a shit. It's weird.
I mean, she's got good. She can breathe still. She's good at breathing. She can hold her breath fantastically. Anyway,
well, I mean, she yells louder than I can, so apparently, yes.
Yeah. So I go and I bring the video up, and Biz goes, "Oh, she got her hair down now. I go, see? You see? I told you. I told you." She switches it up a little, and all of a sudden you're like, "Yeah, she's getting a little." But yeah, she all of a sudden, like, she has come up. I mean, she's still like hardcore left, even though she says she's not. You know, she still wants everything for free, which nothing is for free because it comes out of your tax dollars. But like,
hold on. I don't even think she's gone to that point yet, because the whole thing of, you know, everybody's just like, the whole conspiracy theory when it's just like AOC comes out and it's just like the natural gas makes you stupid thing, and then she comes out a few months later and she's just like, okay, so they want me to remove the natural gas from my apartment on my own dime, but my landlord won't do that. I have to pay for it. And Jake's like, well, yeah, you can go ahead and do it. They'll give you tax breaks. The bitch is like, I can't fucking take tax breaks because I can't do it right now. What the fuck? You want me to go to electric? I have to switch everything over to electric right now through my own dollar, and you want me? No, give me the fucking money now.
Yeah, the whole thing about the car, the electric car. Like, well, you get a tax break. I still got to spend $150,000 on a car and then have all this electrical stuff put in my house, and then I have to pay for the electric bill. But you're gonna give me $5,000 back? Fucking mint,
right?
Fucking mint. Oh yeah, you want me to redo all of my electricity in my house? So especially in fucking New York, where, you know, none of the buildings have been touched since like 1964. The electricity on there has been so bad. You want to laugh? Look at when AOC told Puerto Ricans to register as blacks. Listen, to be honest with you, her and Nancy Pelosi were hanging out a lot at that time. So she was,
Who was it? Who was it that called the Mexicans fucking breakfast tacos? Wasn't that Joe Biden?
Yeah. Si se puede.
And these are the motherfuckers that are supposed to be the champions for y'all. Really?
Who played Despacito while he was in Mexico on his cell phone?
Gavin Newsom saying he's got the second best fucking economy in the goddamn world. Meanwhile, this motherfucker went from a fucking surplus to a huge fucking deficit in just 2 years. No, let's not look that up, right? Oh,
dude.
Oh, the economy's so fucking great. The economy's so fucking great. You got 300,000 fucking people plus that moved out of California. Just last year alone, you got businesses moving the fuck out left and fucking right. Meanwhile, they're spending money out the ass. Somehow they got the best economy.
And then Gavin Newsom said what when people were moving out? Oh.
We're going to tax you for 10 fucking years.
You no longer live in this state. But what I'm going to do, since nobody's moving out of here and the economy is fantastic, I'm going to take everybody who fucking left this state and I'm going to have them pay for the next 10 years. You're telling me blue states aren't better than red states? You're lying. It's because you get taxed out of the ass in blue states. That's why you got more money. It's because your ass is taxed at a higher bracket.
I love that argument too. It's like most red states have a fucking surplus of money right now. Most blue states are in a fucking deficit. But when you bring that up, they're like, oh, well, it's because of the COVID relief shit. You didn't have that before. No, motherfuckers, it's because most red states did not close down their economy. So they were still fucking making the same amounts. Meanwhile, you motherfuckers lost every goddamn thing.
I got a question.
What?
I got a question. Who shut down those states?
The fucking governors.
Okay, I just made
It wasn't Trump. Trump just made the recommendation. He had no authority to do so. It was your fucking governors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm sick and tired of people telling me that Trump closed the economy down, and because of Trump, the economy is bad. Trump can only tell federal buildings and federal government employees what to do. That's it. That's why when Joe Biden got in office and he said about the masking and he was going to mandate the masking, the only place that Joe Biden could mandate it was in government buildings.
Meanwhile, I just realized my camera's out of focus, but fuck it, I ain't fixing it right now. Yes. The only place that really enforced the mask here in my state was fucking military shit. The only place that said you must be jabbed to walk into this establishment was fucking military shit.
Oh, I mean, here's another thing. I don't understand how when you had to get the shot, right? You had to go to an abandoned parking lot and get it, like you were a fucking heroin addict,
right?
Because your doctor wouldn't give it to you, and the CVS, not even the pharmacist gave it to you. It was their like lackey trainee that was learning how to give people fucking shots. They were giving it to you. I mean, that was,
and you got a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
That shit still fucks with me. You got a cheeseburger.
Do you know what the worst part of that was? That motherfucker had to ask somebody if he could have a cheeseburger at 10 o'clock in the morning. He had to ask, hey, Phil Metard, can I have this cheeseburger with the free fries? It's some people like this. Hey, guess who's getting divorced now because his wife is truly a lesbian and can't give him any more money? Oh, that's right. Wilhelm de Blasio.
Guess why the fuck you couldn't go into an establishment and order a fucking cheeseburger without being jabbed? What was it? The vax passports that they tried to push on us?
That they said that.
Show me your fucking papers. Meanwhile, people like us are fascists. Goddamn, son.
Excuse me. Are you trans? Are you
Mark
asking
Ryan.
Are you asking me for my personal health history? I'm just asking if you have a penis, so I know whether or not to get a hard on right now, madam. That's all I'm asking you. Okay, fine. Are you vaccinated? You got to be vaccinated to be in here. So why are you asking me about my personal history? Then you can't come in this establishment.
Meanwhile, the Atlantic wrote an article saying, we didn't know about this shit. Let's call a fucking amnesty. Do not hold us accountable for all the shit we did. Do not hold us accountable for wishing death on you because you were not vaccinated. And now, the fucking jab has been linked to causing blindness.
That makes a lot of sense. I saw a TikTok about a girl talking about how she's time blind.
Bonus hole, Mark Ryan.
How she's
What's up, Mark?
Time blind, and getting to work on time is racist and homophobic and xenophobic. That makes a lot of sense now. She was jabbed. She's got time blindness.
Hold on. You remember what we were way too deep into this shit right now for it to fucking matter. Oh no. I got that shit saved. You remember what I was bringing about antiphospholipid syndrome?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. Where did I put that? Next to videos. No.
That was a couple weeks ago, or like a couple months ago.
Oh, it was a while back, yeah.
But it's so funny because
I'm gonna find it here.
We were talking about it the other day. Like all the stuff that we've been talking about now, all of a sudden is mainstream. Like we were talking about butt drugs, and on Twitter the other day, everybody's like, "Hey, did you see this place called Butt Drugs in Indiana?" And we're like, and I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me? We talked about that like last year. I have a butt drugs hat and a shirt that I had to wait a couple months to get." But I'm like we were talking about this. Wait till the fucking they talk about the Do Black card, and everybody finds out about that, and then we'll just be like, "Yeah, we told you about this like months ago."
Right.
You know, the card that has all the, number 13 out of the 17. What was it? What are they? The of the new world order, whatever it is. It's got the number 13 on it, and it tells you carbon emissions. You're not gonna be held back. You're just gonna, you just can't buy meat because it has too much carbon emissions. You can't buy cheese.
Oh no. You'll be able to buy lab grown meat made with Lizzo's fucking cells. All right? You can't get hamburger, but fucking Lizzo's fat cells from her ass. Perfectly fine.
It's still a cow.
Point taken. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I've said it before and I will say it again. Shocking study finds mRNA vaccine linked to blindness, blind panic, or genuine concern. Apparently, retinal vascular occlusion is the second leading cause of visual loss. It happens when blood vessels behind the eyes get blocked due to vascular inflammation, damaged vascular walls, or blood clots. Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
look
he
it
is,
up
Mark.
again.
We've been ignoring him for a while.
Oh, has he been? Like, I don't
know.
even have
Mark's-
it pulled up. I'm looking at
Yeah,
Discord
neither
over
do
here
I.
on the side. My bad, man. No. We've just been going off on some random fucking shit.
Fuck that guy. We already
Nah,
told him
Mark's
what his wife
cool.
does. No.
Mark's cool as shit.
No, the call-in guy. We already, we already.
Oh, him?
addressed
Is he still
him,
there?
His wife. I don't know. I haven't even. checked
God
that
damn,
shit.
he's still fucking there. Live cam stream us. New York is bombed. At this moment, there are many injured. Facebook banned video. What? I'm not clicking on that fucking link. But yeah. Antiphospholipid syndrome. Antiphospholipid syndrome, sometimes known as Hughes syndrome, is a disorder of the immune system that causes an increased risk of, what is that?
Bumbleclots.
Yeah. Now, we all know about the random fucking heart attacks and everything. This means APS. People with APS are more likely to develop blood clots in their veins and arteries, which can cause serious life-threatening health problems. These include high blood pressure. What? We've heard a lot about that. Deep vein thrombosis. A lot of stories about that. Stroke or transient ischemic attacks. Mini stroke. Heart attacks. Pulmonary embolisms. Double vision. Balance and mobility problems. Maybe that's what's wrong with me right now. Speech and memory problems. And recurrent early miscarriages, premature birth, 1 or later miscarriages, usually after 10 weeks of pregnancy. Now, what this is, it is abnormal antibodies that your body creates that attack the proteins on your red blood cells and the red blood cells that are on the inner lining of your vascular walls.
I got a question. What popular disease in the 80s attacked your blood cells?
AIDS.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Has there been an uptick of people who are claiming they have AIDS now? Has there been an uptick in that?
Point taken. Or is it that it's actually antiphospholipid syndrome, which actually needs a specific test to find this out? It's not going to show up in any other random blood test. You have to specifically look for it. As a matter of fact, where is it?
And this is the NHS. This is over in Britain, isn't it? Isn't
Yes.
that the British people?
Yes.
And they think they're smart, so they know what they're talking about.
But yeah.
They talk like this, Mom gets my blood clots out of me, Mom. My dad's the king.
I'm so much better than you. Meanwhile, my king is fucking little children.
Dude, like I was watching it for a little while, and they just like they went around him in a row in like blankets or something like that, and then all of a sudden like he got naked or something. I was like, what the fuck what is this? It's like they're just washing the king, and I'm like, this is fucking weird, bro. No, this is why separation of church and state, because I don't want to be washed by another man or a group of men. Like a kid
I mean,
taking
I'd rather wash my own fucking ass. I don't want somebody fingering around in my butthole with a fucking soap fucking rag.
Not with
No.
adult male fingers.
Female fingers. I don't give a shit.
No,
Don't
well, I
go
mean,
in the-
he's used to kids'
Don't
fingers.
go in. Do not go in the bonus hole. I'm goddamn.
Oh man.
Now, if I can go in a woman's bonus hole, hey, now we got something talking here. But I know it's a fucking contradiction.
Listen.
God damn. I don't even know what to think anymore. Like, the whole fucking world is... hold on. I got to bring this up, too. God
I
damn,
made the
saw this
prediction.
today.
The extra bonus hole. Yeah. That's their ears. I
mean, if your dick's that small.
Listen, God only gave you so much. What are you gonna do? I made this prediction on a couple of episodes ago. I think, which niche country? Which country is going to be the next developed country? Africa. Think about it. We can make artificial clouds. I've heard stories of people going in there and just taking out whole tribes We got artificial clouds. Now you could put clouds over Africa. All that soil that hasn't been touched really in forever. There's all rich soil under there, and they're just gonna put rain on it, grow trees. Listen,
All the rare minerals that are over there.
Yes.
You may have a fucking point.
Continent. Shut up, Mark. I never said I was fucking smart. Okay?
But no. Check this out. And like I was saying,
This is why I said
Slovakian actress dies by assisted suicide after alleged vaccine injury. Vaccine injury class action lawsuit launched in Australia takes aim at the federal government. Tell me this shit ain't a fucking problem. And I've been raising it since day goddamn one. Meanwhile, let's see. I know I say it a lot, but
no, but it's from what is it called? It's one of the I forget what like cartoon it was on, and it was probably was the ambiguously gay duo, and they're doing all that stuff, and all of a sudden the guy goes, "Meanwhile," and that's every time you say "meanwhile," that's all I think of. Meanwhile.
All right. What the fuck is Pfizer's Moderna's mRNA vaccine? Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from them.
Small but mighty, exploring mRNA. Though submicroscopic, messenger RNA, or mRNA, holds great potential for the future of healthcare. Copied from DNA and found in our cells, mRNA contains instructions for building proteins. But unlike DNA, the master instruction set, which stays in a cell's nucleus, mRNA is small enough to travel outside the nucleus to the cell's workshop where proteins are constructed. Recently, this tiny strand took to the global stage with the development of COVID-19 vaccines. While conventional vaccines work by sending a piece of a virus, bacterium, or other pathogen into the body, mRNA vaccines send instructions instead. To enter our cells smoothly, mRNA travels within a protective bubble called a lipid nanoparticle. Once inside, our cells read the mRNA as a set of instructions, building proteins that match up with parts of the pathogen called antigens. Your immune system sees these antigens as invaders, dispatching defenders called antibodies and T cells, and training the immune system for potential future attacks. So if and when the real virus comes along, your body can recognize it, sounding the alarm to help defend against infection and illness. Beyond this, mRNA could also have potential use in cancer treatments, rare genetic disorders, and autoimmune diseases. Here at Pfizer, we're exploring the possibilities of mRNA.
Meanwhile, they're jacking each other's hands off.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. This video is full of sexual innuendos. It's like a Disney movie.
So basically, there was a lot of big words in there to confuse the random person because, as George Carlin says, think of the stupidest person you know and realize half the population is stupider than that. mRNA says, hey, DNA, make this thing. What works for my DNA doesn't work for you and may kill you. It must be tailor-made for you specifically to work. Goddamn people. But yeah. I mean, I think I brought this up damn near every single fucking live I've done. And I will continue to bring it up till you motherfuckers realize this shit is fucked up. Anyway, but yeah. What else we got to rail on before we end it?
I don't know. I think we've run the gamut on this.
Yeah, we've done a lot of.
But it's like, once again, and I say this in our show, like, I'm not here to tell you. I mean, look, I called Africa a fucking country. I have no idea. I'm fucking dumb. I will.
Africa's a continent, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. I called it a country, and Mark was nice enough to point that out. Anyway. But I mean, I'm not smart and I can see this, man. I'm seeing this stuff and it's common sense. I forget what movie it was, but they say you got two smarts. You got street smarts and you got book smarts. And a lot of people aren't book smart. A lot of people are street smart. So, I mean, I don't have the book smarts because I can't read so well. I got a grade 8 maybe. But like, if you can look at this stuff and just go, this doesn't add up. Like I remember when we were in the pandemic and I was putting all the numbers together and the number of deaths with COVID outnumbered the net number of deaths for the year. And I'm going, how does that make sense? How are people dying from COVID more than there are people who are dying throughout the entire year? And it's just like,
and how did the flu disappear?
Yeah, and the flu was 0. Like and if I can see this stuff, then you should be able to just look, just read, and then just watch how, like I said, with the 30% article, they will go back, they will put out articles, and then they will go back and change the articles, and well, we made a mistake. This really, this. They don't actually say that they were wrong, per se. They just say, maybe we were a little factually incorrect. And that's how they word it. But read the entire articles. Read the bills. Read everything. Once again, everybody was told to question everything their entire life. And then all of a sudden, now the news tells you, no, we're telling you what to do. Don't read this. Don't read that. You're not allowed to go. Don't do your own research. Or you're not a scientist. What do you know about science? Leave it to the scientists. The fucking scientists don't even know because they can't agree on anything. Remember, they told you eggs were bad, and then they told you eggs were good, and then they told you coffee was bad, and then they told you coffee was good. They don't fucking know. They have no idea. And it depends on who you are. You must not do your own research when it comes to science.
You must not make up your own mind. Let us tell you what to fucking think. And this comes from Forbes.
Yeah. This article is more than 2 years old.
Oh,
look, but wait, put it back 1 second. I've noticed this on a lot of articles lately. Now, go back up. A little bit up more. Look, now a lot of articles that said, listen to this article. So people don't even have to fucking read it anymore. They could listen to the article. They don't even have to fucking read it.
I mean, gas stoves make you stupid, so let's just play this article.
You don't even have to read the articles. They will literally read it for you, so you can so you can understand it. But yeah, they don't want you to do your own research. Everybody who was questioning everything, now all of a sudden, let the government, daddy government, tell you everything that you need to know. The government should have, once again, I'm going to say this because I say it all the time. I believe the government should only regulate the Bill of Rights. The first 10 amendments is the only thing the government should. I mean, and it's to protect us from them. So, I mean, that's the only thing really they should go by. Because the first 10, the Bill of Rights, there's no sex, race, creed, or religion. The only thing that describes a religion is the First Amendment that says you can practice any religion you want.
Yep.
That's it. The rest does not say only white people have this, only black people have this, only this person has this, only trans people have this, only straight heterosexual people. It does not describe any of that. And once again, if the church doesn't want to marry you because the church is against homosexuality, don't go to that church. It's 2023. It's like the abortion argument. Oh, well, we're going to have to cross straight lines to get an abortion. You don't have to go by fucking Stagecoach. Okay? You can literally, if you live on the border of New Jersey, you can walk into Philadelphia and get whatever you want if New Jersey doesn't allow abortions, okay? Are you just upset that the 2-hour, 3-hour ride through to the next state, you're going to think differently about it? You just not want any time to think about maybe I'm doing the wrong thing? Is that all it is?
If you lived in Texas, I could understand that argument.
You
But
just go
I
to
can
Mexico.
I can literally drive through my state within 2 hours.
Listen,
if I really wanted an abortion, do you think 2 hours is going to be enough fucking time for me to change my mind?
Exactly, Mark. Exactly. The same thing with the person who did they wanted the lady, the Christian lady, to make their website for them, the gay couple, and
Yes.
she didn't want to do it because of her religious beliefs. Is there nobody that's gay that makes websites? I'm gonna go on a limb here and say maybe 65% of the people that make websites are probably gay.
Yes.
So you went with the one woman who you knew wasn't gonna do it for you, and you went and tried to ruin her business because you knew exactly what the fuck you were doing. Because you know why? Because you want privilege. You don't want to be equal. You want to be privileged. You want to be able to go in someplace and go, I'm this, so give me more. No, you know what equality is? You're an asshole. I'm an asshole. Go fuck yourself. I'll go fuck myself. And then we'll just go have a beer afterwards. And if we don't like each other, we don't have to have a beer with each other. I can go to my house. You can go to your house. I will fuck my wife. You will fuck your husband. And nobody gives a fuck.
Right.
That's equality.
Well, apparently, fucking StreamYard just came through with every damn thing that has ever been talked about on YouTube, all in one fucking moment. Like, I looked up and everything's just there. All right.
I felt like I felt like Monica Lewinsky for a minute. It just blew everything in my face.
Yeah, right. But no. There was one thing. What was it? This one. It's now digital. They change articles all the time. Mark, dude, go back.
Yes.
Watch this from the fucking beginning, because I read the entire Rolling Stone article saying that Ray Epps is suing Fox News for what Tucker Carlson said. And then I played the fucking short I made on this literally 9-10 o'clock this afternoon. And the whole damn thing was different.
You said that. You told me that a couple weeks ago. You told we were talking about it, and you're like, "Yeah, they changed the articles." And I told you. Remember, I said that the reason why I'm getting all these DVDs is because they're taking shit out. So so on our Sunday show, we talk about documentaries and we talk about junk TV called The Weekend Hangover, and so Jackie's watching. I'm watching Vanderpump Rules from the beginning, and Jackie's watching a Below Deck, which I love. Below Deck, it's a great show. It goes from episode 2 to episode 4 on the first season. And Jackie Googled why there was no episode 3. And the reason why there's no episode 3 is because they made fun of transgendered people. So they just took it out. They're erasing everything that they don't agree with. This is why like I said, I'm growing my DVD collection, because they are just going to take out what they don't want you to see.
And Republicans are the fucking fascists?
Yeah.
You're erasing. This is literally the digital book burning.
Yeah. Yeah. You said it. You told us the other day. It was an article we were reading, and they changed the entire article a couple weeks later.
Yep. Yeah.
I forget what the article was, but
every fucking bit of it was changed. The only things that stood were the fucking headline and maybe 2 or 3 other fucking lines in that. Everything else was changed. There was no updated.
Nope.
There was nothing in there. They silently changed that shit.
Yeah.
They do it all the fucking time. That's why the Wayback Machine exists. If you see something, you want to fucking mark it because you know they're going to change it because, well, it doesn't fit right now. Go ahead and mark it in the Wayback Machine because it's going to change. Within 24 to 48 hours, that shit will change. Sometimes 72 to 96, depending on the website. If you see something, mark it immediately. because everything about it will change.
And if you're listening to news sources that say sponsored by Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson and Johnson, Nike, Disney, yeah, they're paid for. They're gonna tell you what all their sponsors want them to do. Why do you think, dude, Budweiser is gonna get sued like nobody's business? Twitter almost got it. That's why Twitter had to sell to what's his face, to Elon.
Dude,
because I was part of that. I bought stock in Twitter when they were talking about Elon going to do it, and so I bought a couple stocks, and they were going to sue Jack Dorsey and Twitter for because he was going to buy it for $10 more a share, and it was against their fiduciary liability to not take the deal. So.
Yes, 2 episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philly were erased because of that very same fucking reason.
Yeah, blackface. He says it in the next thing.
Yeah, for blackface. Yes.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, no, there was a whole episode. There was a whole fucking episode that was taken out because the whole gang had a weird fucking dream where they woke up as black people, and Danny DeVito's was walking around singing, "I'm gonna say the N-word." It was a fucking great episode, but you can't find that shit anymore because of that.
Yes, I can, because I got the series right back there, my friend.
I got it fucking recorded.
Yes, I can. It is right in there. Tim Girl asked me the other day, she goes, "Oh, you're buying DVDs?" I go, "Yeah." I go, "Because they're taking stuff out." I go, because I found I found 2 seasons of The Simpsons for $2.50 each. And I was like, well, and then one was like a bonus because it had the 200th episode in it. And people around here, they just get rid of everything. They don't care. They don't open shit. Like I got DVDs. I got Tokyo Drift because they don't make it anymore, because that was one of the ones that they were just like, maybe not. And it's still got like it's got the I know what this is.
All right, here's a little tune inspired by one of the great legends of the Old West.
They changed this fucking song.
Well, there once were 2 cowboys all alone out on the trail, and they discovered they could sleep with another male. Now they're having butt sex. Cowboy butt sex. Sodomy. Come on, everybody. Sodomy. Sodomy. Sodomy.
I'm glad
And
I
on
got
that
that
note,
saved.
you can find me on the Business Party Podcast on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Central, 8 Eastern. One of our regulars goes, "Why does it always end with butt stuff?" So this is the perfect place to end it for me. You can also find me on Fridays on the We Don't Know Either podcast at, I believe it's 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, where me and my co-host Kelly, who is a sex trafficking survivor, argue about everything because it's fun. And we're, she's pretty good. Like we were talking about, she's like, "What do you want to talk about Friday?" I was like, "I don't know." She goes, "What are we just going to do 5 minutes of something else and then just argue about trans people again?" I go,
"Yeah,
I don't know." Maybe.
I don't know either. Right?
But it's fun and entertaining. And then on Sundays, you can wind down your week, grab your glasses, clink, clink, bitches, and join us for the Weekend Hangover, where we talk about trash TV and documentaries. This weekend coming up, it is our last documentary for a little while before we go on to trash TV, where we will talk about Jared from Subway. And boy,
that's a fucked up situation.
Dude, did you watch that documentary?
Yeah.
If somebody gets because I started writing down notes and times so I would remember. If somebody gets this book, they're gonna want to question me for so many things. So many things. They're gonna look at this book and go, "Are you taking notes on CP? Like, what are you doing, pal?" But yeah, and you know who the worst person in that documentary is? Russell's wife.
Oh,
Russell's wife was the worst, and she was the last one that they got. I'm gonna go look at midgets on Harleys so I can laugh myself. See you next time. Later, JoJo.
Midgets on Harleys. Look,
so,
I don't give a shit if you're a midget. I fucking love you. If you can make me feel tall, you're awesome.
If you can make my penis look bigger in your hands, that'd be great too. So yeah.
Never mind the fact that you have baby arms.
So yes, that's where you can catch us 7 Eastern, 7 Pacific, 8. Jesus. 7 Central, 8 Eastern on Sundays. Just wind down your weekend with us. And you can also find my other 2 podcast partners on Thursdays on Rumble on 2 Jacks, 1 Scotch. Yeah, we're just trying to do everything we can to get our name out there and, just tell everybody how, stupid shit. I just like making dick jokes. It's fun. That's what I like to do.
Well, I will say this. Dude, it's always a fucking pleasure to sit here and talk to you because it doesn't matter what we bring up. The shit's going to go off the rails. We're going to go off onto some stupid tangent shit that doesn't make a fuck. And we're going to have fun doing it. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. Of course, Mark came in at the wrong fucking time because there was some dumb shit happening. But shout out to you, Mark Ryan, Joseph, for hanging in there and
Ellie.
fucking off. And the Cullen guy likes to play with himself in the night while he screams at everybody else that they're so shit.
Listen, he's going to be the first AI tester. You watch. He's going to be the first one to test that AI robot with that sweet, sweet loving. And he's going to probably use the Barry Manilow one so that way it can sing to him.
Well, hold on. Brokeback Mountain it's based on a true story. And the Colin guy is the person it was based on. So
yes,
there's that. But ladies and gentlemen, you already know where the fuck I am. I've got no sign off for this channel because I've literally worked everything for off label. We need to get that going again. But yeah, goddamn. I don't even know how to sign this shit off, but other than the fact that y'all fucking take care. We're done for the night. I need to go to bed. I got work in the morning. Go fuck yourself. How about that?
Bye.
Is that a good sign off? Can we do that?
Yes.
All right. Take it easy, everybody.